Should we click on the game again so we have sound? I
That would be a little helpful.
mean, you don't need to use your ears for anything other than the dulcet tones of my own voice. Isn't that correct, Kasai?
Oh boy, I might need to run away.
It's too late. I've already captured you. You can't run away
What
anymore.
about that?
He's been trying to flee, doing more co-op this entire time, and lo and behold, the secret was just to go and grab him and just pull him in here. But yeah, so
Oh yeah, you can just freaking
skip the forest. Yeah, no, I hated that dungeon. But yeah, so it has been, what, I want to say, since I last had you in a co-op stream, probably close to like 3 or 4 weeks, I want to say.
Probably.
Yeah, I don't think I've had you in here for anything in December. Um, but
Not at all. I didn't have a day off.
yeah, no, it's both that and also because once December rolled around was pretty much right around the time that like Endwalker, absorbed everyone's time. So
What? No.
yeah, cause I don't think about the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14. It doesn't have a free
Hey, I'm
trial.
already in. I can think about all I want.
That's true. But yeah, so just as a quick little recap, we murdered Mythos. He basically was just sort of like, yeah, my sister wants me to kill everyone, right? That's just the thing that she wants. Colette got possessed by her for a brief bit, and his sister,
And then she's like, "Stop it."
yeah, Metron's just sort of like, please, no. Oh wait, what's her name? Metron? No, it's not Metron. It's like
Matt. Dang it.
Martel. That's it. I don't do this on purpose, but I feel like you could go and just like go back through the VODs and just make a counter of all the times I've called Martel Metron. And I mean, Metron is like a character, one of the convocation in 14, which is why the name has been in my head.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but it has happened more than a handful of times. But yeah, so we beat up Mythos, and Metron basically was like, "All right, I'm out. Bye." And now the last thing that we need in order to sort of like fix the whole mana problem is to use the mana sword or whatever, which requires us being able to get in contact with Origin, which Origin is sealed away by Kratos, who is Lloyd's dad. And so, in order to do that, we have come here to the forest village of the elves. And yeah, angels are basically all like, their whole plan is more or less in shambles at this point. I think it's mostly just selling things with Kratos, and then that'll probably be it. Oh yeah, I haven't talked to any of the peeps here, because literally the last thing I did in the previous stream, I entered the town, realized that like I need to save, where I can't go into the inn to save without talking to Colette, and was relieved that I could talk to Rain and leave the town. So yeah, nothing quite like realizing like I've had games where I've missed a save point and had to continue on for another like hour, and nothing will put the fear of God in anime into you quite like if I die after restart so much, please do not mess up.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think besides this moment right here, there'll probably be a good amount of like voice acting since we're close to the finale. But
All right. I'm ready to also listen to you talk all of them again.
yeah, I'll still have you voice Regal and Zelos. But yeah, and then
Not part of the script.
sorry, I changed the script. Oh hey, Cat Paw, welcome. But yeah, and then I think, assuming we have time by the time once we finished, we'll probably just have a general thoughts discussion about the game, and what I thought about it as somebody who didn't really have any nostalgia for it, but like the Tales series, and then Kasai's thoughts on it of somebody who played a bunch as a kid and has seen bits and has played bits with me here. So yeah, we're gonna start with Genus. Oh,
I think I've always pronounced it as Genis until like I heard a voice.
oh yeah. You just said her again. You still got that
Dang
like
it!
that
Every
internal.
time! This sounds like one so much! 12-year-old right before puberty. Anyway.
uh, hey, you know how they say he who catches two hares won't, or he who chases two hares won't catch either, huh?
No.
Hares? How do you chase hares with a brush? You mean chase someone and grab them by the hair? You know, Lloyd, sometimes I think you are a true genius.
Sweet.
Thanks, Genus. That wasn't a compliment. What it means is if you get greedy and try to get everything, you'll fail. Like me. Genus. I wanted to be friends with both you and Mythos. Mythos was the first friend I've ever had that was my race. But in the end, with my own hands, I'm sorry, Genus. He was your friend and I don't want you to apologize for that. Is that Mythos' Crucius crystal? I'm sorry. I picked it up in the Tower of Salvation, but I just couldn't bring myself to destroy it. I took it with me. I thought I'd at least show him the regenerated world. I see. Lloyd, don't do anything you'll regret. That's all I wanted to say.
Right before I gotta go and kill father.
Father.
I would like to not.
Hopefully, yeah, I would prefer not to go and kill Kratos. He's been
But yeah,
he's been
it's this moment of like, yeah, don't do anything you regret. This is an entire moment that I
Oh,
sort of have been forced into.
thanks for the follow, Warlordess. But yeah, I feel like I like Kratos' character, but so much of these issues that we've had throughout the story could have been resolved if Kratos was just like, by the way, hello, I have all the answers. What's your reasoning for doing this, Kratos? Why should I tell you? Like, because I asked.
It's like, would you do me this solid? Dang it.
Please, I need information.
It's like the simple idea that you found that that was your son could have been like a one at least moment right there to be like, oh my goodness, I have two dads.
Yeah, well, even if you didn't want to go and do like talk about like, okay, well, if you're my dad, where have you been and what's all this other stuff, you could have still like talked a bit more about stuff. Yeah, that's true. It would.
That's beside the point. Stop coming with logic.
There's no logic and reason here. It's not allowed. Anyways,
Yo, I'm in a really bad mood, so just so you know.
uh-oh. What are you talking about all of a sudden?
I just can't accept the way he acts. Kratos.
Me neither. I'm sorry.
You don't need to apologize.
Well, yeah, but
Well, I guess you are his son, but I gotta say, the way he's decided to leave the job of settling things with you is just like really irresponsible.
yeah.
It's like he's trying to run away from the situation.
The funny thing
God.
is, with that dot 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 comment, that's literally how they would voice these lines as well. It's literally like until you hit the A button, they'll just be like, it's like he's trying to run away from the situation.
uh, Old games.
Yes. Rex, you better not be trying to eat your bread. I see you. My dog is over there just kind of. I don't know if he's trying to get comfy or if he's just like not happy with the current blanket on it or not, but he's just being a stinker. I have to keep an eye on him, otherwise he will destroy it. So, the instrument of destruction. All right. When you start putting down people, even Kratos isn't safe.
Lloyd, if you're having trouble finding the answer, just chant my special magic words.
Oh boy, what this is gonna be good. Special magic words.
Whatever will be, will be.
Really? That's all you have to say, Zealous? Just defeated resignation?
Oh, I guess it is better than like here's some like really philosophical something along the way of just like, well, yeah, killing your father would be wrong, but also save the world. Just
To be
do what you gotta do.
to be fair, I feel like if Zelos of all people tried to start trying to wax philosophical with me, I would not listen to it for a moment. He's like the last person allowed to talk like that.
Well, that's like all he's done his life, so in its own way it makes sense.
Fair enough. Hey, are you alright? What? Yeah.
I just gotta kill my dad.
I'm sorry. You're not someone who would answer that question with a no. I'm so stupid. Sheena, no, I'm really okay. I just have hesitations. Yeah, yeah, of course. Anyone would be confused. This thing with Kratos was so sudden. But there's no time for it. I have to decide. I can't waver back and forth, wanting to save both, like the way I was with Colette. A father and son battling to the death. It's horrible. Sheena, you don't have to make yourself feel bad about it. Thank you. I'll think long and hard about it. I'll find an answer that won't make you feel that way again. I'm sorry I couldn't cheer you up. No, don't worry about it. Thanks. She's like, I don't want you to murder your dad. And we're like, nah, don't worry about it. I'll do it.
You look tired.
Really?
Crucius was destroyed, but a bigger problem still remains. It's only natural that you are fatigued.
My big problem is that you still haven't taken off those handcuffs.
I have yet to repent for the sin of killing my
How
loved one.
many gods do you need to kill before you're allowed to take off the handcuffs, Regal?
How many times must I kill before the loved one comes back to life?
I can't answer that one. But this is
I'm
the end.
Batman.
I didn't expect to fight Kratos in the end.
Oh, sorry, the Batman thing tickled me. I understand well your desire for wanting your father to live, and your desire to unite the world as well.
I thought it said to untie the world for a second there. Yeah, if I don't do anything, the world will wither and everyone will die.
In times like this, you have two options. Choose what you desire to do, or what you must do.
Okay. I
Words of
mean,
wisdom.
fair. Yes, only the wisest of words. I
Yo,
do.
whatever will be, will be. Do what you gotta do. Sorry, you gotta fight your dad. It's not what I think I've seen so far.
Basically, would you like to commit fratricide or, like, worldicide? Neither one
Will
is.
decide.
I'm undecided.
Alright, that's bad.
Oh, you don't like that
Nobody
one?
else will tell you. These people seem like you. I'll fight you.
The kid right there with the stick, he's bringing the stick to go beat me with it for making the pun.
Please and thank you.
Sitting here, it just doesn't seem real that the world is heading towards destruction.
It also still doesn't seem really at 26.
Yeah, if the Great Sea doesn't wake up, this world will. What we're doing may be against the laws of nature. What? People choose the path of destruction. Or chose it, rather. What we're trying to do may be nothing more than meaninglessly extending the lifespan of the world. Are you saying it's better if the world is destroyed? I don't know. I don't think anyone knows what is best. That's why you're having difficulty deciding. Persea, there may not be a correct path. So please, choose what you really believe for yourself. Thanks, Persea. Now I'm kind of. Are you? Are you okay, kid?
She's interested. Sorry, he. Whatever.
It's it's
I
an
can't
elf.
pronounce today.
It's an elf of indeterminate gender and age. The only way we would know would be if we switched to Zelos and tried to go and get candy from them. But we can't
Oh,
control Zelos at the moment, so the world will never know.
no.
But yeah, I.
Getting even NPC's normal genders wrong. Am I about to get my own wrong later on in the stream?
I mean, more power to you. I believe in your ability to make mistakes. You can. I like. Hey. Let me just buy some pineapples real quick.
Please. You go through that so fast, it's not even funny.
Honestly, I feel like if I pushed Zelos into the water, the river would reject him and spit him back up at me.
I'm not even sure what to say to that one.
There's only one thing to say to that. Yes.
I ain't sure about that. I feel like we're missing someone. Are we
Uh,
not?
let's see here. Genus, Rain, Zelos, Regal, Persea, um,
Sheena.
yeah,
And Colette would be the last. Okay.
yeah. Let me
Okay.
go have a conversation with Kratos real quick. Are you going to bed? Yep. Yeah.
Just said it yeah twice. Yup,
Then have a good
yeah.
night. No, I thought I was going to immediately hop into a cutscene.
Right?
Okay. I too sleep with my weapons on my back.
What? It's not
What
on my
is it?
back. It's on my side. I even somehow found a way to sleep with. How do you sleep with that? In full armor?
Good question.
Are you still up?
I couldn't
No.
really get to sleep.
I'm just staring at you, but
The
I'm
stars
asleep.
are so pretty. Do you want to come see them with me?
We got a little bit of an echo, but it's not a big deal while there's other noise going on, so for now we'll just deal
Okay
with it.
then,
I'll
just for a little while.
echo. It's just apparently always gonna happen until I find me a new mic.
Yeah.
Wow.
I give up.
It feels like they might come falling down at any moment.
Hmm.
Yeah,
You know, it still feels strange. The fact that I'm still here, talking with you.
Yeah, she got her senses back too, which is really nice as well.
how come?
My grandmother
Good
told me that I could never return to the village once I left on the journey to regenerate the world. So,
Your grandma was
when I
ready to
talked
sell you
with
to
you the
die.
night before leaving Asalia,
I feel like, well, like obviously, I think her parents did know about the whole like being the chosen would lead to her death thing,
Yeah, yeah.
but like, yeah,
Make it
it's
less funny to make fun of.
that's honestly impressive that Rain ended up. Did you like miss half of the skits for Rain to be your highest companion? Is that how it's determined here? Because
I'm not sure if it's skits, but there are very specific like events per se
yeah,
that you like very specifically go talk with them.
you tried to
Yeah,
avoid
Colette.
Colette.
Colette exists.
To be honest, I much more prefer Sheena over Colette, but I would prefer Sheena more if she wasn't a tsundere. But that's a discussion for later.
I thought it would be the very last time. But I'm still here, right beside you.
That you are, Colette.
And that's the way it'll be.
Hmm?
Crucius is gone, and tomorrow, when I win against Kratos and have him remove the seal, the worlds will be reunited. You don't have to worry anymore.
That's good.
So you're going to fight Kratos?
I have to.
But he's your father.
It's because he's my dad that I have to fight.
Why?
He wants to settle things. He wants to settle the score with his own past.
I'm the
That's
future,
what
by
it
the way.
feels like to me.
I guess, yeah.
Why am I settling things for you?
Hmm. Maybe you're right. After all, he saved us.
Yeah, and I also want to settle things myself.
Yeah, literally how I went about with the skits, I just went and was like, oh, there's a skit. I'm gonna go talk to them, and then usually pick whatever thing seemed like, not being a jerk to them, which usually ended up being like the positive, like reaction. But considering the fact that I am a blind, I'm just horrible at like being able to go and find any of these like stuff or like side content and whatnot. I'm fairly certain the reason I have Colette as this person here is just because with her being around the longest, I had like her events are probably a lot more common and a lot easier to find.
Yeah.
Would be my best guess. So, but I mean, it kind of
Yeah.
works. I presume that Lloyd Collette is sort of the like default sort of like expected person. So
What do you mean?
I've spent this whole time expecting you to do everything.
Yeah, it's definitely like the very specific like dialogue you have in game that like
I just
really
took it
starts
for
making
granted
it.
that you're
Yeah.
the only one who could regenerate the world.
You didn't know. It's not your fault. And besides, you saved me. Just like you promised you would.
But because of that, a lot
Alright,
of
let's
people
go.
lost their lives.
hold the slander for the discussion afterwards. I don't want to get sidetracked. I've had streams where we're like trying to play a game and then it just turns into like debate night for 2 hours instead.
I have to shoulder their sacrifices.
That sounds like a nice way to steal your stream.
Oh no!
For their
Quick,
sake
how do I
and
leave
mine,
this Discord
I
call?
have to defeat the Kratos of the past.
I understand.
When this is all over, I hope the world becomes a place where everyone can live together.
Uh-oh. Warlordess, I hope you don't bring a knife to
Why is it
that.
always a Wendy's parking lot people want to go meet at? What did Wendy's do to deserve somebody fighting in their parking lot? I feel like McDonald's and Burger King would get it.
Wendy's is the one that serves up fight clubs. That's all.
When
I
this
feel like
journey
Wendy's
ends and the
rolls up
world
into
really
your
becomes
neighborhood
like
to beat
that,
you up, though.
what are you going to do? Will you return to Isalia?
I don't think I'm going back there again. I plan to go on a journey to collect all of these.
Plus, they kicked me
X-Bears?
out that town.
Unless they're all retrieved, there will be more victims like you and Persea. So I want to gather all of them before that happens.
That's not a bad goal. It's probably like it's one of those like vast goals. It's probably impossible because of just how many X-Spheres have been produced over the years, but like Dairy Queen. I mean, as long as we can get like some kind of, like milkshake along the way, like I'm down to fight wherever.
That's my way of showing gratitude to these guys for using their powers
I'm
to
now
fight.
trying to imagine you fight.
Hey,
Do you
I have
mind?
to walk with a cane. I have a weapon everywhere I go. I just bash people with it, and then I fall to the ground.
It's like, make a dex check, and you failed. You're on the floor now.
It's
You're
both an
prone.
offensive and defensive maneuver, because I hit them, and then I immediately fall out of the way of their incoming attack.
I want to continue to be by your side. Just like I've
If they
been
have
up
extra
until
attack,
now.
technically speaking, that means they get advantage in hitting you now.
Crap.
All right. We'll go together. Let's go explore the new world together.
Okay.
Okay.
Yo, I'll go for a strawberry milkshake. That's the stuff.
And now we return to the Lord staring at your soul stream.
You might want to save. I don't know where your next save point is going to be, but that's my recommendation right here.
I'm gonna keep that other save just in case that there's some bonkers like, oh, oops, too bad, you missed it. Nonsense happening.
I guess we gotta go to a Wendy's now or so.
Are you going to the Torrent Forest?
At least they have good food.
Yes, they have good food. Kratos traveled the world in search of the legendary ore, Ionis. He came here too, of course. Do you know why? In order to
Elves.
allow a human to wield the eternal sword, right? So that you can wield it. But in the end, Ionis could not be found in this world. It had to be taken from Darius Carlo. So that's why he sent Zealous to get it. Even if you cannot avoid the battle, do not forget. Kratos was your 9th companion. I won't. We have 8 companions? Yes, Torrent Forest lies this way. Speak to the Watchman.
It's like, I'm going to ignore that question now.
Yo, we have 8. Wait a second. Wait. Am I my own companion then?
Do you hate yourself?
I mean,
Then yes, you're your own companion.
I mean, Lloyd probably does to a certain extent, but
I don't think he does.
I just got two skits immediately. Elves are long-lived, aren't they? Yeah, so it seems. They say they live about 1,000 years.
Now, this conversation's about to get sad.
It's hard to even imagine that. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'll probably live that long too. So half-elves are long-lived as well? Then even after we die, you'll have to keep on living. Yeah,
We shall live on as well.
our individual lifespans are 80 years at best.
That's not what I mean. As long as Genus and Rain are alive, we too shall continue to live in their hearts.
Yeah, I'll never forget you all. I mean, Genus, you're the youngest of the group. Even if you were human, we would all die before you. Like, at best.
Perseia's pretty much about on this par.
And there goes all the seriousness of the scene.
Like, her body is 12, even if it has been 12 for like 18 years or something.
Yeah. Though I honestly am kind of curious if she's just going to resume aging or if she's just going to be stuck that way until she keels over one day.
I think the idea is she will start...
Okay. You'll be finding Kratos soon. Yeah. Say, Colette, have I gotten stronger?
No, you just flail angrier.
You're really strong, Lloyd. Use all your TP so fast. Even stronger than Kratos? Well, he doesn't use his TP that fast. We fought him several times, but he was always holding back. He saved his TP for the moments it counted. If he holds back this time, I won't forgive him. He'll use all of his TP. Lloyd, I have to beat him for real. Is that because you want your father to recognize you? What?
Still doesn't even know your name.
I'm sure Kratos will understand your feelings. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Even if you use all your TP right away.
So who gets that dagger? Like...
Uh...
Oh, okay. So, did you have a whole Tower of Salvation scene where, like, Zelos did a thing?
Yeah. What, when he was like, I'm evil, actually, surprise, I'm good?
Yeah, okay. That's why I was, like, really surprised that, like, he was still part of your team. Oh, of course my controller is not even on.
Oh no! Sheena, wake up!
For so long. Oh, I wasn't ready for that. Okay.
I'm being attacked by druids, help!
No. Apparently there's none.
Oh my goodness,
Okay.
they did
Okay,
it
we're good,
again!
We're good. Had to plug in the controller. Now I need to figure out what left does because the camera keeps changing.
What is even a left when you really break it down? I've already used up half of my TP. Yeah, these four have basically been my team since, like, as soon as I got Sheena, to be perfectly honest.
Sheena's napping.
Wait. Is this a Lost Woods situation? Please tell me it's not a Lost Woods situation. So this is the Forest of the Elves. You used to live in Heimdall long ago, didn't you, Professor? Yes, but I hardly remember it all. It's a strange feeling, both nostalgic and unfamiliar at the same time. I hope the day comes that anyone can just visit the forest normally. Yeah, I hope there will be a world like that someday. But the elves are just... I don't think the elves would ever allow that, to be perfectly honest.
I mean, you'd have to wait out for the old ones to die. Good luck on that.
Oh boy. So I do have to... That's what that rabbit was about? Oh boy.
I'm more surprised you didn't just go up to the rabbit.
It's... I mean, I walked up to the stump and I pressed A, but then, like, it didn't hop out or anything like
I think
that.
you shoot it.
Is that what... I forget I have this thing half the time, to be perfectly honest.
Like, this game revolves around you're in a dungeon, shoot something with your ring.
Honestly, yeah. Who even knows where I am at this point?
I do.
Ah, okay. Which way do I go?
Oh, what? No, I'm not telling you.
Oh no.
This is more fun this way.
Oh no. Get back here. That was an out of bound area. You're not allowed to walk through walls.
Yeah, I can.
Get back here, you deep
I'm what
voiced
you call
raccoon.
an NPC.
Oh no. My worst nightmare come to life.
Yo, where'd he go? Yo,
Where
where'd he
where
go?
did which way did he go, George? Which way did he go?
Where'd he go?
Which
I bet you lost.
Yo, safe spot? Let's go. Am I already there?
What? No.
Oh, okay. Normally they put these safe spots near a boss is why I say that.
Like, I know where the boss area more or less looks like, so... Yeah, okay.
Like, this ain't it, Chief.
Reinforcements, huh?
Whoa! Surround sound bye-byes. Why do I feel like these druids are just gonna be the worst enemy? Just the worst.
Yes.
Please, no more. Get her!
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this area because of them.
I'm level 60. Do you think that's high enough for the last of the stuff? Or...
70 at the end of it.
Oh, really?
Just leave that there.
Uh-oh. Sounds like we need to murder some more.
Oh good, I don't have to go target her.
I missed. No! That happens more than I would like to admit. Oh yeah? I'll make sure I don't skip too many enemies then. But...
No, I think you should be fine. Like, you can just keep fighting and everything.
yeah.
Just as I expected.
Like, I didn't have much difficulty with Mythos, if I'm being perfectly honest, so I feel like I should probably be okay.
Probably being the word.
Yeah. Why is this forest all look the same?
Let's get this over.
Kratos, couldn't we have just met at a Wendy's or something?
He just, as what was it, Warlord just quit?
Yeah.
He issued the challenge.
Oh, that's
He
right, we...
decides to play.
Oh no. Not only is Genius really good at with that thing, but he's also doing it while his eyes are closed. The
Yeah.
kendama, he's just going ba 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 with his eyes closed.
Yeah, I got nothing for that. That's a whole... It's a mood.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. Kratos has done nothing but string us along. Yo, is that a PNG of a wall? Let's go. Okay, that might not have been the right way. We're just harassing woodland animals along the way.
Yeah, more or less.
So, you've come.
I wasn't
You
expecting
found out
it
a
to...
lot quicker than I did.
I-
Holy crap.
I feel like when I did all my random wandering around, I just happened to get to the right areas. And so there's only a very minimal amount of correction I needed to do.
Wow. It took me a while to get here. And, like, I was exploring for all the chests and whatnot and everything.
I guess I'm just too good.
Is there no
It
other
says
way?
you're level 60 as.
Are you still thinking like that?
Sheena's 57.
You'll die if you fight me with any doubt
That's not
left
helping
in
your
your
case.
heart. If you want the pact with Origin, then you must defeat me.
Well, time to put the controller down.
So, that's your way.
Oh, this is 1v1?
Everyone,
Yep.
leave this to me.
Alright, I will fight an honorable duel with items.
You're going to fight alone?
Lloyd won't lose. Lloyd bears the weight of all the lives that you and Crucius sacrificed.
Yeah, I just pull a Kazuma and just sort of like, alright, let's fight. Get steel!
Get
I'll
ready.
fight you with one sword, because I don't draw my second sword in cutscenes, only the first.
I'm not gonna hold back this time.
I know. I won't either.
You even get a cutscene?
Father, why is your sword lava?
Demon Fang. Grave.
Oh, not great.
Pretty good.
Fierce Demon Fang.
Pretty good.
I love that move.
Pretty good.
Lightning Blade.
Alright, let's cheat real quick.
Double Demon
Very
Fang.
honorable, father!
Fierce Demon Fang. Double Demon Fang.
Okay.
Alright, screw it.
Demon.
Heavy Tiger Blade. Sonic Sword Blade.
Lightning Blade. Super Lightning Blade.
You got all the freaking sword rays.
You may be stronger than me, father, but I have a bigger wallet than you.
Lightning Blade.
The size of your wallet does not mean anything to this power.
Oh no.
Let's
You're-
see you will block another grave. I'm actually waiting for him to do that again.
Grave.
Yeah, speaking of,
I have no DP to block!
Lightning Blade.
you have nothing
Lightning Blade.
Father, why?
Blade. Fierce Demon
Ow!
Spear.
Yo, he has cast times that makes Genus jealous. Dang.
There.
Lightning Blade.
Radiant Tiger Blade. Guardian.
Take this. Thunder Blade.
Uh-oh.
Double
What was your
Demon
first reaction, Tiger Blade?
Fierce Demon Fang. Lightning Blade.
Hunting Beast. Sonic Sword Blade.
Super Lightning Blade.
Ooh, this one's gonna hurt.
Take this. Thunder Blade.
There. Guardian.
Double Demon
Huh.
Fang.
It works that way.
Brave. Fierce Demon Fang.
Uh-oh. Father, no!
Take this.
To think
Thunder
that my
Blade.
son is only at this level.
Heavy Tiger Blade.
Oh no!
Tiger Blade.
Oh, he has insta-kill!
Super Lightning Blade.
Why are you like this, Dad?
He has insta-kill!
There.
Yo, he put you in stun for a second.
Turn around. No,
You might want to turn around like hell now.
Lightning Blade.
I can't! You won't let me!
Super Lightning
No, literally just move forward there.
Heavy Tiger. It's over.
I won,
I
father!
can't believe you won. This is terrible to watch.
You've grown strong.
You see, father, I brought my bag of Skittles with me with all of
You-
my gelatin in them.
Oh my goodness, bro, all the gummy bears.
Thanks to you.
Thank you for letting me eat my gummy bears in the fight, Dad.
Aren't you going to finish me?
I've defeated Kratos the Angel, the one who betrayed us. And I forgive Kratos, the hero of the ancient war, who helped us. That's all.
And I thought I'd finally earned the right to die.
You're not allowed to die.
But you're as soft-hearted
You
as
haven't brought
ever.
back the milk you went to go get all those years ago.
Hold on. You can't be...
That is what you desire, is it not?
I skipped the line where he says, break the seal.
But then you'll...
I need to summon my wings to be able to do this. Lord, you have wings, right?
I won't be surprised if he does.
Kratos!
Yuan, when did you get here? Why didn't you help?
Don't worry.
This was a
It's alive.
father-son battle I watched.
I gave him some of my mana. Dad! Kratos! Are you really okay?
Wait, if it was so easy as just giving him mana, why didn't we think of this from the beginning?
Looks like I failed to die once more.
Kratos is like, please just
You
kill
stupid
me.
Jerk! You can die anytime! But when you die, that's the end.
I don't know. Martel managed to come back to life for a brief bit after she was dead. I mean,
She's a crystal.
yeah. We'll
I'm
just
not.
You want him to live in eternal damnation?
yes.
Who said anything like that? What will you accomplish by dying? Nothing. There is no meaning in dying.
You're right. To think I had to have my son.
I mean.
You wanna press that button?
Teach me.
Oh yeah. Oops.
Kratos!
It's the exact thing we were talking about. He's just sort of teach me that lesson.
Kratos will be fine. Form the pact with Origin.
What's Origin gonna look like?
What do you think right now? Top of your head, go.
Ferret.
Interesting idea.
I would
What
not
if I
have
show you this?
You lack the right.
Man with 4 arms.
buff naked man with 4 arms.
I have lost faith in all things. Have you come here to disappoint me as well?
Yeah.
Damn.
Quite the conversation starter there, Origin.
Origin, are you bound by a pact to Mythos?
My pact with Mythos was broken the moment I was freed. Never again shall anyone make use of my power.
Even if we make a vow, we need the Eternal Sword.
I want to use the Eternal Sword to reunite the two worlds and revive the giant Carlon tree. Unless we do something, the worlds will never stop vying for mana, and everyone will suffer.
That situation was born from the weakness of creatures who are unable to accept those that are different.
Okay, give us some time to solve racism. We haven't even been able to do that in the real world, let alone in Fantasyland. Just chill, Origin.
Yo, how many video games actually deal with the whole idea of like, yo, let's stop being racist or stop being depressed?
I mean,
And like, real life is nothing but sadness of that.
I mean, video games are just trying to talk the collective of humanity off the edge at this point.
Bruh.
That may be true, but mistakes can be corrected.
I'm honestly gonna laugh if the fight with Kratos was just the final battle, and I brought you here for like 0 co-op.
Some things cannot be corrected.
Even so,
I imagine we're gonna have
we
to fight
do
Origin
everything
now.
we can.
Exactly.
Well,
I'm not
you
gonna
are.
give up.
Oh
From the moment they are
no.
born, everyone has the right to live.
Hey, Origin, can I go get some more gummy bears?
I want to reclaim that. Humans, elves, half-elves, dwarves, and even summon spirits. Everyone has a right to life.
Origin.
I'm conscious now.
For
I can
almost an
walk.
eternity, I thought that the only way to save this world was to cling to Mythos' ideals. Just as you once agreed with Mythos' ideals, I too thought his was the only way. But Lloyd is different. He taught me
I didn't decide
that
to
in order
think
to
anywhere
change
outside the
something,
box.
you must do it yourself.
We just give the collective of humanity gummy bears. That is the lesson I have learned
It is
today.
not enough to merely rely on someone else and go along with their ideals. You who possess the right of summoning, make your vow.
Origin, then
I will try once more to believe in people.
Honestly, I thought Sheena was about to go and make the vow.
I shall do my duty in order to create a world you speak of. A world in which everyone can live equally.
I, Sheena, have but one vow.
Oh, she is making the vow.
To reclaim a world in which everyone can live freely. A world in which no life is sacrificed meaninglessly. That's all.
Then we shall create a pact upon that vow. Now fight.
Look, Lloyd.
My dude, could you not pull Gilgamesh on me right now?
I am Origin.
This
I am
isn't our
Gilgamesh.
day.
here we go.
Get out of here.
Supersonic
Power Seal Absolute Spread! Photon!
Wait, she's still using Photon?
You ready?
Yes.
Power
She
He's
has-
still using Spread?
No, I just haven't set them up for other stuff.
Please?
She does have Ray, but Ray misses all the time.
It's the combinations, man.
Oh no, their combination is set up. You can only do one, and I prefer doing the one with Sheena because it drops defense.
Man, I can just drop the fence on the side.
Sword Seal!
Oh my goodness!
Bam!
They did it again! They can't keep getting away with doing this to me.
I don't understand how it keeps happening to you.
It's because the party was split up for a brief bit.
Thanks.
Oh no.
Why does it have to last longer than Guardian? Where were you aiming there, Origin?
Venus.
Let me just eat a gummy real quick.
Understood.
Yeah, I'm adjust. Why can't I run past you?
I am Lloyd the Wall.
You would. I'm gonna just run out of that. Why are you not using explosion?
I don't know, he does have it.
Oh no, no, no. What is this? No, I don't need Earthquake.
Origin, you're way easier than my dad.
Well, yeah, you got the crew. Call him the crew, by the way.
He just did that. Yo, easy! Easy clap.
You picked the wrong
And I'm
guy to
level
rescue.
Why did you give me a reflector ring? At this late point
You're
in the
gonna
game.
need it.
Uh-oh.
Pact Maker Sheena.
What, you
and
thought you were
Lloyd,
done?
I place my power in your
How many
hands.
times do we have to beat up God today?
Another time.
With that power, transform the Eternal Sword into a blade to save all life. However, the Eternal Sword remains, as by Mythos' pact, unusable by those who lack the blood of elves. You must master the sword by your own power, and forge a new bond with it.
Sword, no. Please? Okay, fine, I guess.
Let me just roll this
Just hit please,
d20
guys.
real quick and get a 20.
It's like you failed. Good thing I have the feet lucky.
Acquired diamond. Summon spirit origin.
You did it, Lloyd!
You know you helped me with that battle, right?
Yeah. Oh no, I'm being possessed by Mythos.
There's no time. I'll take you.
Oh, I actually am being possessed by Mythos.
No!
No, it's Mythos. He survived in the Crucius Crystal. Lloyd's body will be taken over unless we do something.
Lloyd!
Colette, could you not be possessed by somebody for 10 minutes?
Damn, you interfered! Fine, I'll just take this body.
Colette! Wait! Let her go! We promised that we'll go on a journey together when the world is reunited.
Does this pick the person that you have the scene with, or is it just
Yep.
always okay?
Let her go!
What do I care? I'm leaving this filthy world behind.
Colette has been kidnapped for like the 5th time.
Yeah, Flanor definitely does, like, settle this scene. So, this time it's your fault.
Oh wait, what?
Yeah, the whole Flanor scene of who you spend the night with and everything really is, like, the final determining of who is going to be taken over by, like, Mythos here.
Oh, okay.
So, that's why I say, this is your fault.
Look at that 2006 era destruction.
The Tower of Salvation is collapsing.
This is gonna make a lot of people feel like, oh shit, what is life now?
Hey, Colette got kidnapped again. I had nothing to do with it other than talking to her a whole bunch.
Damn. We'll evacuate the elves for now. The entire village will be destroyed unless we do something.
I just push it? Yo, your leg should not be working. You saved me. Thank you so much.
Peace, I'm out.
Dwarven vow number 32.
Dip
Rebel is
the
bad.
minute you save.
Yeah. Oh, 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 oh.
Now is not the time.
That's not the time for rest. Help me! Help
You
me!
could just climb the fence to your side. Do your legs not work for hops?
The river is also filled with acid. Thank you.
No, there's the entire left side. Walk around. Oh, okay. I guess you'd have to walk. I don't care anymore. Couldn't climb the rock? Was the rock too high?
Damn that bastard Mythos! How dare you take Colette? Lloyd, calm down. We must first learn to control the Eternal Sword. If you want to have a chance at rescuing Colette. I know that! Hang in there, Colette! I swear I'll save you! He does not calm.
Calm's his middle name. Come on.
Wait, I can... Wait, no, this is you.
Oh.
Wait, I have a different voice actor right now.
Wait, I hear someone calling for help. It sounds like there are still elves remaining in the village.
Why don't you do something about it, Kratos?
I just sort of gave up my entire ass life to go and make sure that you can have a seal. Cut me some slack, son.
It sure would be horrible if I had internal injuries from being beat up by my son.
Oh! I'm gonna have you come back here at one point.
Okay. I'm guessing it's probably further back over here.
Run past the rocks. Under the house.
Wait, you can go under the house?
Yeah, that's why I decided to tell you that one.
I don't see anybody though.
I guess there's nobody there, but yeah, you could go under the house.
One oddly specific thing. Where danger?
Go back up. It might be up there. No. That's the forest.
There's people. Kratos is just following me around, telling me not to go places. Oh, so this house I can open. Hey, what are you doing here? Get out! I cannot leave without the others of this village. I will remain in the village until the end. We're evacuating the remaining people, so run now! I can't believe I'm being saved by humans and half-elves.
Bitch, get out!
How can you say something like that at a time like this? Stop being racist! Yes, it may have been foolish for me to be racist. I entrust your villagers with you. Guys, racism is bad. I just want you to know that. Kratos!
It appears that was the last remaining elf in the village.
Really?
I have Angel here. Lord, you should get out as well.
I don't know, you seem to be able to teleport everywhere around the village, Kratos. Why don't you just teleport me out?
I've been following you the entire time. I'm sorry that your eyes seem to not be working.
Only those who do not eat their gummy bears can see me while I'm not in combat. That is a jittery cutscene.
Yeah, people's faves are taking a hit right now.
Yo, is that the other? Is that Silverant on the other side? Is that or the two
Nope.
worlds? No.
It's a nice idea, but no. We've talked about it before, too.
Purple indeed.
What is that?
That is Darius Carlon.
Why is Darius Carlin purple?
Impossible. How could
The
a
color of
planet
mana.
exist so close?
It is the eternal sword that makes the impossible possible.
Oh, so there's no explanation.
It was hidden by the protective barrier projected from the Tower of Salvation.
Wait, no.
I
So
mean,
it's
the
always
definition
been
right
there?
Yep.
It has always existed there for 4,000 years.
Yo. What happened if we just flew a little higher on the radars?
You'd be in space
Yes.
and not breathing.
Tabitha?
And now Mythos, with the great seed in hand, is trying to leave this land and take Darius Carlon with him.
Tabitha, you're feeling better?
Yes. Wait a minute. Darius Carlon is a mass of mana. And the great seed is the seed of the giant tree, right? If he takes both of them, what's gonna happen to this world?
It will
Yeah.
wither and die from mana deprivation.
This is a much bigger problem than reuniting the worlds.
What the hell are you guys talking about? Our friend just got kidnapped.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do, Lloyd?
Man,
I mean,
why
both
couldn't
our shit's pretty much in the same direction.
why couldn't my friend have been Zelos so he'd have been kidnapped?
What else? We're going after
'Cause-
Mythos.
But the Tower of Salvation was destroyed. Use the eternal sword. If you really made a pact with Origin, the sword will surely respond to you. With its power over time and space.
It has both Palkia and Dialga inside it.
But Altessa is not low enough to move. Who's going to craft the Ring of the Pact?
Dad.
Dirk?
Yeah, he's our only hope. We'll go to Silverant.
Wait,
Dad, Kratos like, wait, what?
I'm going with you.
You're talking about me, right? I'm your dad, right?
All right.
Are you in the party again? No. I guess you're not. We're
No.
not cool enough for you anymore, huh, Dad?
Well, you didn't. You chose this other option. That's why he's not in your party.
Are they?
So,
Yeah.
legitimately, that entire Tower of Salvation scene was Zelos.
Yeah.
You can kill him
What? Really?
if you do like the conversation right. You can kill Zelos because he actually believed like this was the right path instead of faking it.
Really?
In which case, that's where Kratos would end up joining you as the single sword user.
Huh. Dang it! I saved Kratos. I mean,
Otherwise, you get
Zelos,
the scene
rather.
where it happens here in like a second where he's like, yeah, I can't go.
Okay. I think Mesos may be sad.
The conversations we have.
What do you mean? When Mythos possessed me, his memories flowed into me. He's sad. Betrayed by countless people, he still tried to face forward and believe in people. I see, he was the hero Mythos after all. He even became a legend. When he lost his sister, when he lost Martel, he may have given up. And now I have a feeling he's sad that he gave up. The instant he gave up, he lost his friends. No, he chose Martel over his friends. I won't feel sorry for him. I don't want to feel sorry for him. I can never forgive him for the things he's done. Taking Colette again. But somewhere in my heart, I keep thinking if he could just repent. Lloyd, you mustn't think like that. You'll lose to him. Mythos is our enemy. We must destroy our enemies. That's all there is to it. That's why we destroyed Kratos when he was our enemy. Genius. It's okay, feeling sorry for Mythos is my job. Dot dot dot. Okay. All right. Let me heal up and buy some supplies. Welcome to Peaceful Town, by the way. Which one was he? No, not you. No, no, no. Oh, I can't buy the fancy stuff, expensive stuff here. I can at least buy food. Alright, let's buy a whole bunch of bread. And some rice, some onions. Alright. Yeah. I feel like... whatchamacname it? I feel like there probably would have been a better way to go and account for the fact that you have 2 units who basically have the same, like, toolkit. You know?
Hmm.
Are we going to go see
Wait, say
Mother?
again?
1 second.
After.
Yes, we will. Someday. It feels kind of strange. I mean, you're my sister. Yeah? But at the same time, you were like a mother to me. But, I'm sorry, are you angry? No, that's not it. Go on to bed. Tomorrow will be another early day. Right. Good night, Rain. Good night. I was saying, I feel like there probably would have been a better way to account, like, for balance between, like, probably the reason they're having you choose between Zelos and Kratos, you know, is because, like, them having the same weapon means that it would be wonky to go and account for having both of them in your party. But I also feel like they could have just, I mean, what's the harm in letting you have them both anyways? Like, why does it have to be murder or, you know, or not murder? Serena was obsessed with ruins because she was searching for her mother.
She may have acted that way in order to hide her true feelings.
I feel sorry for her.
She's right there, you know.
But from now on, Rain will be.
Ah!
Zelos? How dare you break that valuable Rollercraft Dynasty face? I won't forgive you this time!
Please, Professor Rain, I'll be happy to buy you as many vases as you... Ah!
Huh. Exactly the same. So it seems.
If you can, I would say definitely see if you can find that, like, flying villain. Why did you go back there?
Buying supplies, and then, yeah, I'll head over to the Flying City again. I had gone and talked to the mom.
Oh, you have? Okay, never mind.
But I wanna...
That was the whole reason for me saying go talk to her.
Yo, the cursed weapon dude is gone.
Huh. You might have missed out on a spot.
Probably. I don't think the doctor sells, like, jelly beans, so I think I just have to go to the actual... Let me buy jelly beans! Okay, maybe I'll go swing by the doctor's office. I'm just gonna end up having to go, like, everywhere but the last place I look. Oh my goodness. Let me buy supplies. Trapped by a dog! Well, guess we're going to another town. You know what? Screw it. I'm going back to Elf Town.
Yeah. Honestly, that's what it works.
Wait, no. Elf Town is broken. They don't have a merchant.
No, actually go back there.
Wait. No. 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 Oh wait, no, no. Over here. Here we go. With Lloyd's acquisition of Origins, the effectiveness of the Eternal Sword's restraining force on Darius Carlin is weakening.
In other words, what you're saying is Darius Carlin is starting to slip away?
Damn, we have to hurry! I've got to gain the ability to use the Eternal Sword now! I will now proceed to wander around for a bit longer. So here I am again. Do you want me to go back over to the side?
See, yeah, go back to that thing that's in the floor. Should be something? Nobody here? Nothing?
Nobody
Okay.
here. Probably have to make more progress first before whatever you're thinking of triggers.
Okay.
Why do you have to break the item shop? Alright. Surely Vacuum Land will go and have some decent stuff. Okay. No. Please. Oh wait, hold on. Or here we go. You didn't see anything. I totally didn't buy a bunch of jelly and beans again. I don't have an addiction.
I'm gonna ignore. Probably for the best.
Yeah. Alright, we'll go swing by the floating city, see if anything has changed with the situation with the mom now that the world's ending. Come on. Oh, come. There we go. We're landing in the ocean.
I swear there was a thing in here for like a boss fight though. What was his name? Maxwell?
Yeah, they did mention Maxwell a couple of times, but I couldn't figure out anything. Yeah, the story that the first leader of XR formed a pact with Maxwell might have some truth to it. If there was something left in the city that has some connection to Maxwell. Is it the tea set? Is it Maxwell's tea set?
Okay, I know where the spot is.
Yeah.
It's gonna be behind like a house. See if we find it here. This might be the coming up house. Yeah, that's a house. Get up there. Don't go in. Go around it.
What? What?
Yeah, you really did not see this path at all, huh?
What? What kinda?
You do not do a search well. Like, okay, so now the question is, how do you activate it?
Why do I feel like I missed my chance?
Now that, on the other hand, I don't know about. Oh. Okay, this is in the final dungeon. You get something in there. Okay, we're here too early.
Okay. See, I saw that like pathway, but sometimes they go and put down stuff that looks like it's traversable, but it's just like background elements, you know?
Alright, well, time to go for Dirk, I guess.
By the way, I love how we met Zealous' sister for like a nanosecond, and then that was all.
That was all the importance she had.
Like, they went through the effort of giving her voice actor and all this other stuff, so... Oh, you have to equip the gems that they gave you, too? For that? Oh, that reminds me, do you want to equip Origin?
Oh, yeah.
Which one?
Take out Wind. Take out Wind. We don't need that. And, change Wind to Darkness.
Darkness.
I'm sorry, what is that? Go in there again. There's a blue skill called Demon Seal. I'm like, okay. Okay, go up one. Okay, I have no idea how to get that one. Then I guess it's just a level up one.
Maybe. Oh, there's a side quest in Triad? But where is everyone in Triad? Are you talking about like NPCs? Oh.
Good news! Good news! My friends and I are going to be in a game soon. It's called the Ungle Game.
What?
Can you playtest it? My friends will pass in front of you, and I want you to just stand there and watch. What? How's that a game? That's a trade secret. Anyways, I have to just talk to the uncles in the same order they went past you. Okay, wanna play?
No.
Really? It's a lot of fun. Minus the guy.
Like, no. To be fair, very few of the like mini games in the Tales games are like enjoyable enough for me to actually go and interact with, to be perfectly honest. I feel like they don't do mini games very well. Guy will appear by the talking stall and then it activates the bubble thing on the field.
I don't know what the side quest here is that they're talking about. I'm a little lost on that.
Well, it's okay. Alright, where were we headed to again? Oh yeah, Dirk. Alright, yeah, north. Okay. Oh, it's a sandworm one. Okay.
Uh-oh, I love this. It's like, walk to the house, don't open it, and go around it. I'm convinced that the house has magic that conceals the road.
Hey, I mean, it worked on me.
So, you want me to forge the Ring of the Pact?
Oh, champion!
A dwarf who's losing his skills by living on the surface?
There's no one else. The dwarf that has the skills is unable to move.
There are other dwarves beneath the surface. Why has nobody brought this up before? Why haven't we gone and seen them? What do you mean there are more dwarves?
Dad, please.
I've gathered all of the necessary items.
Well, at least it's not a side quest. Wood, rock, diamond, other rock.
This is adamantite for polishing. What's this piece of wood?
Is this sacred wood?
This must fuel the fire.
Is that why you were traveling all over Tetheala? To prepare all of this?
Kratos, why? Stop being tsundere already. We beat you.
I see. So everything is set. I can't very well refuse after you've gone through so much trouble now, can I?
Wait a second. Zelos was the one that saved everybody from being killed by the traps. If we killed Zelos, how did they get saved? Did they just go, oops, we just untrapped ourselves?
I think it's either that Kratos is the one that ended up doing it because he knows that Zelos was like full on bad, or Zelos didn't set the traps because he thought he'd kill us right then and there.
Oh, apparently Kratos saved them. Okay.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Couldn't remember, that's for sure.
I mean, to me it makes more sense for like Zelos to have a change of heart because they very much indicated throughout the whole story that he's somebody that does have a heart of gold, but still.
And I suppose it won't hurt me to help out my dearest son. After all, I'm his father too.
That makes us married now, Kratos. What do you think of that?
An angel and a dwarf.
Dwarven vow number 1. Work together for the sake of a peaceful world. All right, let's do it.
With this, I'll be able to use the Eternal Sword, right?
That was quick.
Dad! Kratos! What's wrong?
I have can't be a party member disease.
Lloyd,
You
you
have
have
too
really
many
grown
people.
stronger.
In your party.
You can only have 6 Pokemon with you in battle, Lloyd.
I never expected you to be able to inflict such a serious wound on my angelic form.
I like the
Take
idea
this
that
and stop Mythos. I don't think I'll be able to help you anymore.
Yeah?
I like the idea that if Zelos is like the betrayer of your team right now, then apparently you don't hit him hard enough. But if he's still part of your team, that little bit of extra friendship is power just fucking cuts his chest open.
I guess, yeah. I was about to say, like, well, maybe Zelos being like the party fight. Like, wait, no, this was a one-on-one fight. Yo,
Your power of actually having 7 other companions hurt so much more
the
than
power
6.
of, the power of friendship
can't-
is a
I can't
quantifiable
walk.
force within the world of Tales of Symphonia.
Okay.
Now, if you had 6 power of friendship, I could still walk and help.
That's
It's
a
not like we
marvelous
have a
blade.
healer right over there that can heal me.
I doubt you have a sword in your possession to match it.
Really?
Actually?
Take this with you. It's a present I promised you.
So I have seen these swords before, specifically because, and this is going to sound really dumb, my first iteration of seeing Lloyd was Super Smash Flash, and he has these swords in that.
Yeah, well, they're quote-unquote his best stuff if you're not doing
Now
side
that you've
quests.
grown all up, I can entrust you with the greatest sword I ever forged.
I mean, they look cool. The left,
Wow. I'll become even stronger with these 2 swords.
I mean, the one in his left hand looks almost identical to the one that Kratos was wielding.
No, he just gave him the fire one.
Oh, okay, that'd be why. I thought it was,
But-
I thought it was literally like, hello, I made you both of these swords.
No, literally was just like, yo, take this.
Thanks, Dad. And Kratos.
By saying it like this, I am saying that you are not my father, Kratos. Material Blade. There's only one of them.
I'm sorry I've forced everything upon you.
I just wish you actually like
I
spoke
have
some
great
words.
dads. One made a ring for his son using the lost arts, and another risked his life to protect his son in secrecy.
Yeah? You've got great parents.
Yeah. Well, I'm off. Dad.
We don't talk about my mom.
Oh no, I got the Eternal Ring. Now
Everyone,
Lloyd can teleport
let's
to his
go.
wife.
I get it now.
This is 14, right?
I get it. Oh.
A weapon composed of a blade of fire and a blade of ice. Ignore that the ice blade looks like it's made of water.
We froze it to look exactly like this way. Sacred wood and all that. You get it.
Yeah.
You don't get it? Dwarven magic. Shut up.
So wait. Now where do we go?
Okay, so first, you go to Tower of Salvation.
Okay. And then second, you go to the Tower of Salvation.
Then, you fix Luine, because you didn't fix that yet. How dare you not fix Luine?
I mean, Colette's not here. She would. It's a shame to go and fix Luine without Colette here.
But
I mean,
Sheena's the one that ended up protecting people at Luine. You can fix Luine by giving retarded amount of money.
Yikes. Not sure if I'd describe it that way, but yeah.
No, like, it's like 300k.
I don't have that much money.
Yeah, like, no, unless you got the money for that, just leave it be. It's a stupid amount of money. It makes sense in the long run of, like, you're repairing an entire entire town, but like
I don't know, man. Do I own the town now?
no, but you do get the town to actually come back to life, so that's a reward in itself, right? Also, some of the stuff in there. It's not crazy. It's just a nice extra thing.
Wait, where's the Tower of Salvation?
It's not there.
I feel like there's a hole here.
Wrong Tower of Salvation. So the idea that I think because you went with the whole not actually finishing the whole Chosen's path, the Tower of Salvation disappears canonically.
Oh yeah?
And yeah, because she should have completed it. And the tower only really shows up when the world is supposedly in danger. Or whatever.
I feel like that line is. I feel like that line, the like, oh, when they're in danger thing, is definitely like a line fed to them by Crucius.
Yeah, very much so. Meanwhile, that thing that's you're literally looking at in the horizon has been pretty much just shifting mana from one section to the other.
Mythos' crime and more sadness. I think Mythos may actually be sad. Again, I still think
like
he's
we've
sad.
Been having this conversation, so what do you mean?
When Mythos possessed me, his memories flowed into me.
Word for word?
Betrayed by countless people, he still tried to face forward and believe in people.
And in the end, he gave up. The fallen hero, Mythos Yggdrasil.
Zelos, he's sad.
Listen to me, Lloyd. Don't make a mistake here.
But he's sad, though.
If you consider an eye for an eye to be justice, then Mythos has long since carried out sufficient revenge on those who deserved it. The humans who betrayed Mythos died 4,000 years ago anyway.
But he's sad, and people haven't changed.
That's right, and neither have half-elves.
I mean, to be fair, Mythos...
Or me. And why is that? Because neither side has approached the other.
Mythos didn't exactly change either, to be honest.
He refused to make an effort. That's Mythos' fault.
That was his mistake. Yeah. But he's sad, though!
Now listen, what Mythos is doing is just slaughter. It's not something we can stand by and watch. ... You know, better than to forget that, right?
Yeah, I hear you. I won't hesitate anymore. I will destroy Mythos. And him and his sadness.
Well, yo, you can destroy sadness now?
Yeah.
You could have, like, destroyed my sadness of being the Chosen a while ago, then. Take a left. Right. Almost there. There you go.
Hello, have I ever told you about how good my sense of direction is?
Yes.
Alright,
it is amazing.
I need to go and we're gonna take a quick break before we hop in. So we'll resume in about a minute or two. Yes, I did wake up one day and I chose violence. So yeah, we'll be right back. If you get back first, Kasai, you feel free to go and chat with Peeps.
I mean, I wasn't leaving.
Fair enough. Then I will be right back.
It was like we. I'm like, what is all this we happening right now? I mean, I could do that. But then I remember this is probably the perfect time to have that fight at Wendy's and everything like that. So, like, could just fight at Wendy's to be like, yo, Colette ain't all that. I like how I can move, apparently, the character menu of sorts, where you can go and see who's the 5th, 6th, and 7th companion, but I can't actually navigate the menu. is the weirdest thing to be like, yeah, your right analog stick can move the character menus up and down, but how dare you think you want to go on, I don't know, mess with your own equipment? Player one only, huh? Kirby, why are you threatening me? What did I do to you, Kirby?
I have returned. Yeah, Cat. I am a giant dum dum and do not know how to set up the like sort of chat commands where doing the like exclamation point stuff will go and bring up a link for me. So that's something to learn someday. It's in Stream Elements? Okay. I'll probably dig into that at some point.
One day in the future when you've probably forgotten about it.
One day, once I finally stopped waking up and choosing violence. Alright.
Yeah, I feel like you more choose passive aggressiveness.
This is true. And some say that's the true violence all along.
Eh.
Yeah, I'm basically just using like Twitch Studio to stream, even though it's like a beta or whatever. And like that's it. Like I haven't like I'm not throwing like anything else on top of it, which is part of the reason why a lot of my stuff is really jank. I've considered going and like picking up OBS or like at some point I do want to go and like get like actual like transitions or like like a better layout and whatnot, but it's one of those things where as long as it's just basically not like a major priority for me, even though it just kind of keeps the stream looking rather like okay, rather than looking like nice and poppin' or something like that. So yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about OBS. So literally, my whole thing was just I wanted to just try out streaming, so I just grabbed whatever the first thing that was recommended on the streaming programs by Twitch, which was their own thing. And so at this point, now that I've been streaming for like 2 months or so, like I probably am like comfortable moving to like more like well put together stuff. So all right, we good to go. For some reason I thought that the famous looking swords that that Lloyd has were like the actual like swords that we were trying to get here, like the swords of eternity was his name. I have a brain fart.
The Eternal Sword.
Eternal sword, that's it. That's the only thing left is that dice. It's the Eternal Sword. Lloyd, are we fully prepared? This may be our last battle. Yeah, we're set. We got this. We got enough jelly beans.
I don't think you got enough jelly beans for the way you play.
I mean, I beat up Origin without like any difficulty.
Yeah, but Kratos.
I'm just like so good at this gum.
Yo, what happens when you gotta fight Mythos one-on-one?
Don't scare me like that.
scare you. I'm trying to prepare your mind.
Oh no. Red and blue light. He must be a dragoon.
No.
It's life of the dragon and blood of the dragon.
Just be a freaking black mage of sorts.
I have the power.
You who possess the new right. What do you ask of me?
It's a hot dog, a sandwich.
I'll go back to waiting for somebody worthy.
Dang it. Carry us to Darius Carlin. To where Mythos and our dear friend are.
Understood.
Here we go,
As
everyone.
long as you do not ask any stupid questions.
Does my father love me?
Any stupid questions, I reiterate.
Is it weird for Mythos to be possessing a body that's super similar to his sister?
Yes.
Are you having a fight with a wind tunnel over there, Kasai?
Sitting up.
Okay.
Let's get rid of him quickly.
Yo, welcome to Skeleton Dimension. Yo, I am down with this combat music. Where were you this whole time?
Here, above where you've been the entire time.
Or just like, while we've been fighting everybody, this music has been playing in the distant background.
Help is on the way. Healing circle. That's it? How's this getting started?
Oh, that's right, I bought food. Wait, we can...
Ah!
Alright, we'll stick with this for now. They're all pointing to the chest. Oh yeah, I guess I should ask, I've got plenty of 4-star gems if you want to replace one of these.
I'm trying to remember what the heck I even had on mine. Look at what 4-star even gives
Guard,
right now.
Guard plus add combo immunity and speed cast.
Go back towards Overlimit and Life Up.
Overlimit is personal and eternal, life up is vitality and eternal. So you
Could
could,
replace Strong.
yeah, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
For what?
Mess around with a few of them. Put 4 on and put immunity on for now. I'm curious to see what happens like after a battle or two if we get any new like EX skills.
Okay.
Because I don't remember them off the top of my head.
Yeah. I'm trying
Ah,
to...
he got over.
Yeah, he's got overlimit.
And what's Lucky Soul?
In case you recover TP when knocked to the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, I think... Should probably, what you name it? I feel like...
Spell charge is if you're playing the character.
Yeah, that's what I figured. And then spell save is basically just, hey, you're getting smacked around, you want some help?
So he has... Go back up to Overlimit and Lucky Soul. And down. So speed cast is the one.
Yeah,
that's
I'm not
running.
replacing speed cast. So, and then...
Yeah, whatever. We're good.
Yeah, we'll be good. Welcome to the Bone Zone.
Guess you still got like a holy bottle or something on.
No, that's somebody's ability, their personal, that makes it so that enemies sometimes miss.
Help is on the way. Healing circle.
That Reaper just teleporting.
Acuteness. Heavy tiger blade. Ray. Tidal wave. Power seal.
Have Epic 7 in the background finally just doing some hunt event.
Oh yeah?
This is what I wanted you to do!
I could do that more often if you like.
Like, that's the reason I was like, yo, use Ray, because that, like, does some stuff.
Okay.
Because, like, in terms of just getting, like, a defense down, I just need to just use my move.
Yeah, well, it's easier to coordinate that with an actual person than the AI.
Like Power Shield!
Wanna charge? Thunderblade! Power Seal, absolutely!
Help is on the way! Healing Circle! Force Seal!
Power Seal, absolutely!
Alright!
Study harder. Sheena discovered Compound EX skill.
Alright, now let's see what the heck that is.
Physical status.
Its status?
Prevents physical ailments.
Oh. Alright, now let's switch that, because now I'm curious to see what the heck we can actually get through everything. Go to speedcast now, out of curiosity. It pretty much just takes like a battle to be able to be like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
so this is what this combination is.
The game's like, yo, if you don't have any gems at this point, we're giving them to you now, idiot.
You're gonna regret this.
Ready? Hunting Beastness!
So, I do have, by the way, my PS3 is set up and ready to go, just whenever. Depending on how long this goes, I don't know if it would be neat to, like, do the beginning of Cilia after all of this.
Are you ready?
But,
How'd you miss everything?
yes.
Worthless!
Hunting Beast!
What did you say?
I said, my PS3 is set up and, like, I've done, like, the test for it and whatnot. If, depending on, like, what time will be done with, Symphonia, what do you think about going and, like, doing, like, the very beginning of, Cilia after tonight?
I don't think you're gonna be doing Cilia tonight.
Alright.
Field Barrier!
Mostly because this is technically Dungeon 1 of 2.
Oh, okay.
Hunting!
Never, you're right then, yeah, that's gonna probably take a bit more time than that. Unless I use another holy bolt, no.
Be careful, everyone.
Here we go!
Ray!
Tidal Wave!
So that's the weakness.
Supersonic Thrust!
Get ready.
Prism Star!
Also, I just like Prism Star.
Hunting Beast!
Huh?
Cuteness.
Also, I just like Prism Star.
Yeah, fair enough.
Hunting Beast!
Are you okay?
Threaded Wave!
First aid.
If you play this game again, I would also recommend like seeing if you get them to go the other way in terms of their skills.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
If I do another playthrough, I'd probably look up about like how stuff works and whatnot. Because this
Well,
is
give you a good example. You saw how you were doing like Fierce Demon thing, and there's supposedly a skill called Demonic Circle, right?
yeah.
At one point, you like if you go the other way around, instead of getting Fierce Demon Fang, you get Double Demon Fang.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, just different things where like the skills would be similar.
Yeah, but like in a different like direction, more or less.
Yeah, and like it especially is a lot more to see when you see somebody like Genus and Rain do that.
Oh yeah, do they have different like
Let's get
sets
rid
of
of 'em
stuff
quickly.
entirely?
Let's see if I can just look up something that like Genus had. How the heck do you not have Cyclone? Oh my goodness, that explains so much on that. Okay, you got Ice Tornado. Instead, there's gonna be something called Ice Lance.
Ah, okay.
And like just some things that are different. You see how Rain has Ray. She has a better one. It's just like Prism, like Lance or something, Holy Lance or something like that, which
Yeah.
is definitely something that hits the enemy.
Yeah. So, and it's not just a matter of like level kind of vibe. It's just a straight up like the direction that the between the S and the T.
Yeah. They're like like they were gonna learn it at level 18, then they're still gonna learn it at 18. It's just the different way. You cannot use S skills when you're in T mode, if I'm right.
Really?
So that's the weakness.
So like you got Rising Falcon, and instead he gets something like Rising Phoenix.
Ah, okay. That'd definitely make it interesting on a future like second playthrough.
And I think that's just the case with everyone. I'm gonna be constantly trying to go and make sure. Okay, Also, go into the menu real quick, because apparently there's no combination for this one for Sheena.
What are you trying to do?
No, no, what? No, EX skills. Go back.
Oh, that's what you meant. Yeah. Okay.
Switch that. No, what? Whoa, whoa. Wow. Okay, so let's go to add combo, and can we put on at like S sealed light? I think it is for her tech, because it looks like a lot of dark enemies. So light, up, 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 up.
I know how to read. I promise. Do you want to have Lightman
Yeah,
as
put
well?
light on as well.
There we go. Wait. It's just a dead end.
Yay!
What do you mean it's just a dead end?
Go the right way, dumbass.
Ah. How could this happen to Lloyd?
Like he came back.
This is gonna be tough.
Here we go!
Ray!
Tidal wave!
It's ineffective.
Hunting beast!
Force seal!
Ineffective.
Get ready.
Wait, what?
Prism star!
What? Hold up, what? What the heck is this enemy? Oh, no, just beat him up. Oh, doesn't even do damage.
Eruption!
They talk?
Apparently.
Wait, they talk? What the hell?
Power seal! Power seal!
Ready? Sonic sword ray! Healing circle! Understood.
Get him! Power seal! Go left!
Heavy tiger!
Revitalize!
Hunting beast!
Stab it. No.
Power seal! Absolute!
Ready? Acuteness! Help is on the way.
Please
Healing
help.
circle!
I cannot seem to just hurt this guy properly. He keeps punching me to the side.
Power seal! Absolute!
Sorry, I was trying to get the mages so they'd stop casting Absolute on us.
Power seal!
Ready? Revitalize!
Thanks.
Power seal! Absolute!
I was just warming up.
Okay, let's go back into the skills again.
Okay.
And change that to guard plus out of curiosity. Alright, cool. Pretty sure I'm just gonna keep physical ailment at the end of it, but I just want to see what unlocks with what I got.
Makes sense. Gummy bears.
Let's get rid of him quickly.
Alright, you, because you can just get Cyclone, and that could just be helpful.
Ready?
Get some! Power seal!
Hunting beast!
Ear thrust!
I feel like I've done a bad job of directing
Hunting
him to do
beast!
stuff.
Ready? Field barrier!
Why are you not have skill yet? You know what, wait, I could just make it so you don't use the other skills then.
True.
Because you need the ground dasher as well, in my opinion. You don't have indignation? Oh, that hurt. That one hurt me.
Sword noodle!
Okay.
Heavy tiger blade! Sonic
Are you okay?
Ready? Silver seal!
sword blade! Hunting beast!
Die already, demon.
Pancake time!
The demon.
Ready?
Healing circle!
Heavy tiger blade!
Wanna charge? Thunderblade!
I cannot seem to put this stupid thing on.
Silver seal!
Grant us the breath of life! Revitalize!
Power seal! Absolute!
Thanks.
Power seal! Absolute!
Okay.
I have
so
much
yeah.
HP.
EX skill, put it back. Yep. Alright, cool.
Okay. Give me the chest. Golden helm. Thank you. Delos gets nothing. It's like, I don't want to kill you, Zelos, but that doesn't mean I have to like you.
Let's go all out. Here we go.
Tidal wave! Ray! So that's the weakness.
Sword Link.
Get ready.
Prism Star!
Heavy Tiger Blade.
Ready? Acuteness.
Heavy Tiger Blade.
Silver Seal!
Sonic Sword Link.
Annoying! Pancake time!
I don't like the fact that their bodies are laying on the ground. It makes me feel like they're going to be revived.
I call upon the light of the heavens! I
Like that.
summon thee! Come, Luna!
That was quick. That was quick.
Yo,
That was
guy-
like really quick.
Ready?
Oh yeah?
Field barrier.
Like she took 2
That's it?
seconds to summon that.
Just getting started!
That's
Why was
good.
that so quick?
You're just that good. What can I say? Stairs.
Hey, oh, no.
One fight after another.
Ready?
Ready?
Pancake
Field
time.
barrier.
Sonic Sword Link. Hunting.
Ready? Silver Seal! Pancake time! Stalagmite!
Stop interrupting my moves.
Like that.
Ready? Power Seal!
Acuteness.
Absolute! Force Seal!
Sonic Sword Link. Hunting Beast.
Power Seal! Come get some!
Ready?
Air thrust!
Don't get in my way.
Rush Ray!
What do you mean you just get launch fireballs out of your staff without having to charge up?
It
Yeah.
just wasn't your day.
I thought I was about to say it just works.
Can we change the tech for me?
Sure.
Check out Force Seal. I'm looking for something else that's level 3.
Cyclone, no,
So
Pyre Seal?
Yeah, give me Pyre Seal, I guess. It's like I don't have Demon Seal. I don't remember what that does, but regardless.
Wait, there's just an angel up here?
This
Yeah.
is going to be an arduous battle.
Oh, they're dark angels.
Strike's on the way.
Wanna
Healing
charge?
circle.
Take this. Here we go.
I'll just dodge that.
I'm just gonna stop your spell from going off.
Sonic Sword Link.
Fire Seal!
Get ready.
Prism Star!
I love hearing the like do their damage sound effect a bunch of times in a row because of a bunch of like really fast hits like that. It's like
Air thrust! Rush! Fire Seal!
what?
You ready for this? Demon Seal!
Help is on the way.
Well, there you go.
How can this happen? Come get some! Air thrust!
That was disappointing.
Oh, now I want that.
Seal blows away an enemy. It's like
And it's light.
interesting.
And you won't get Demonic Seal until you do Fierce Demon Fang, like, again.
Mm-hmm.
Probably just one more time.
We must be merciless.
Pancake time!
Field barrier.
Hunting Beast.
I like how Demon Seal is a light attack.
I know. I mean, you're sealing away the demons.
Are you okay?
Hunting Beast.
Sonic Sword! Don't bother me!
Ready? Acuteness.
Like that. Heavy Tiger Blade.
Are you okay?
Get some! Air thrust!
Well,
Guardian Seal!
Enough of this. Okay. Thank you. Look at all this gel they're giving us. It's like they know I love candy. I'm guessing north is probably a good direction to head in.
This is going to be an arduous battle.
Probably.
Here we go!
Ray!
Tidal wave! Demon seal!
Hunting beast!
Go! Prism star!
They're immediately going into overdrive because of how many times we're hitting them.
Hmm.
Wanna charge? Thunderblade! Power seal absolute! Healing circle! Power seal absolute!
I'm glad that you taught me the magic of being able to switch targets with just hitting the button and not holding it down.
Yeah.
What?
It's a useful skill.
Honestly, yeah.
That was just one.
Gina still hasn't learned any of those spells.
Please check his tech. What the actual hell? Why are you not? Why are you like this? Not like the white skills. But yeah, just go on the white skill. Okay, soon. Not yet. Not yet. 50 is the number that usually gets it.
Okay.
At least in my experience. This was a dead end.
It was. But I got a ribbon.
Ribbon!
Here you go. Enjoy it, Kasai. You know, there's a part of me that's kind of glad that of all the characters they could have picked, that they chose. Actually, we came this way. Let's try and go south. That they picked Colette because I don't use her in combat at all.
Yeah. I actually used her a decent chunk in my first run.
Really?
Angel feathers and whatnot. It was a lot of things that I actually do like hearing like the chance of a lot of magic spells.
Yeah. I can believe that.
Bell time!
Are you okay?
Not allowed to do that
Bat.
anymore.
Away! How can this happen?
Wanna charge? Demon blade!
Revitalize! Thanks! Be gone! Be gone! Away! Ray, how can this happen?
No, there is
Just
no come
wasn't
get
your
some.
day.
Look at all the extra TP I have. I'm doing good by leading us into the wrong direction.
You do that a lot.
It's a unique skill of mine, actually.
But it's a skill or a curse at this point.
You know, I should have known there would have been a final dungeon that we're missing, considering we haven't wandered through some weird void-like area yet. Until now. All I could say is I'm really glad that I have that movement speed bonus.
Oh, I think I know what happens next.
I mean, you've played the game before.
I think I remember what happens next is a better statement since you want to be that person. There it is.
What the?
Oh no, it's a trap!
Oh no, we all stood in a circle right behind you, Lloyd. This is our traveling position.
Lloyd, help us!
Yeah, you can
Forget
teleport
about
first.
us. Find a way to evade this trap.
I mean, y'all are in it. I
Just take care of Mythos.
I see. So this is the Lloyd, get the Darius emblem. With it, you can...
Yes, Else? I'm not gonna hit A until you finish your sentence. What do you want me to do? Guess he didn't want
This
to finish his
device is
sentence.
not life-threatening. Please, don't worry.
Lloyd, as long as you're all right, we still haven't lost.
Regal, I feel like you could jump out of here if you really wanted to.
You must get to the Great Seed.
Guys! Damn! What the hell is going on?
Please let there be a safe spot.
Everything is all right. I can feel the presence of your companions. They are somewhere in this city.
City?
Alright, let's go find them.
Honestly, I was like, wait a minute, who's that voice? And then I was like, oh yeah, it's Origin. Alright, Colette.
Get out of my body!
Colette!
Ugh, she's too strong. I can't.
Mythos! Get away from her!
Wait, is this gonna be me and Colette versus Mythos?
How dare you, human! You son of Kratos!
You say it like Kratos
Yeah,
is a
that's not an
slur.
adult. That's not a... Yeah, right?
You son of a Kratos!
How dare you give me orders?
I'm not in your party.
Oh, what's going on?
Mortel! How could you?
Human.
Yo, can I have Kratos and
Your
Dad out here?
kind must not be
Honestly?
allowed to live.
How far are you willing to go to take control of the mana?
I'll never forgive you. You humans are all the same!
What's going on? Mythos! Ewan! Dad!
Lloyd, we're inside Mythos' memory. Don't let it get to you.
Why do you interfere? We both want the same thing.
No, we
I
don't.
just wanted to save the world and my sister.
Yeah, but your version of it sucks.
To have a world where no one will be persecuted.
Colette! Are you okay?
To solve racism, commit mass genocide. Then there's no one to be racist against anymore. Clearly, this
Wasn't
is
his plan to turn everybody into like one being or something like that?
No, he just was. It's just gonna like kill everybody. I think. It might have. I don't think it was like the whole like master race thing. I think it was literally just like, I'm gonna bring death, and you know, Martel was like, no, that's bad.
What do you know? You're dead.
Lloyd! Yeah, I'm fine.
If your plan was so good, Mythos, why'd you die?
Thank you for rescuing me.
Colette, don't make a habit of this,
I
please.
knew you'd come.
We made a promise, didn't we? That we'd go on a journey together.
Yeah,
Looks like the crystal won't come off.
yeah, but I think it's okay. The feeling of something eating through my mind is gone now.
Okay.
Wait, where's everybody else?
Well, you see, the programmers didn't want to think about how the scene would be reflected between all the different possible people who could be here, and so...
They got caught in a trap, and we all wound up separated.
Oh no! We have to find them!
Yeah, let's go.
Welcome back, Colette. Thanks!
Yo, this could have been voice.
Huh? What's wrong? Oh, well, I really like it when you say welcome back. ... Huh? Why? Do you remember when you said it to me when I returned to my normal self? You mean that time in the Fuji Mountains? Yeah, I was so happy. When you tell me welcome back, I really start to feel like I'm really back. I'll see. I'll say it as many times as you like. Okay. Alright, how you want Colette set up?
Oh boy. Oh boy. LT Angel Feathers. Start there.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna change Holy Song to Judgment. The hell is
Okay.
Grand Cross? We're definitely taking off Hiding Thief. What does Grand Cross go all the way down? I'm curious.
Vanquish the wicked with holy light.
Put that on Item Thief. Okay. Now put Paraball to... Oh god, I don't have the next thing. Okay, so to change... Instead, leave that, leave that. You're gonna try to unlock that. Ring Whirlwind. Where's that at? Go down. Whirlwind Rush, that's good. Okay. Now, this will be all the way up. Raise Satellite.
Alright. That good?
Yeah.
Alright, let's
Or should,
huh?
or should be.
Here, I'll give you the diamonds.
Okay. Oh, the leather boots. Oh no.
Can't you tell how much I love you, singer?
Put the blue Saphira on.
Oh, here you go. More money.
Also, hey, go to you. Like, press. You might want to take that. No, down. That and change it with the emerald ring.
Just reduce the consumption in general rather than regen.
Don't you have the other one being regen?
This is just on kills. This is probably better, so I'll replace the kill one with the cost.
There's a one for half, and I have no idea where to find it right now.
No, the half one. No, the half one is on rain.
Okay.
All right.
You went too far for that one. But there, yeah. I'm like, you use way too much.
Yeah. Let's see. 300. All right. Let's just go over the 500 heavy tiger blades. 320 sonic thrusts, supersonic thrust, 400 sword range, 680 sonic sword range. Look at this. I have never used either of these moves.
Using Falcon doing some damage.
What can I say? I have my preferences.
You are a dime a dozen.
This is Welgaia. Nothing is broken, but it feels cold. Let's go. We have to stop Mythos.
That was Jink.
Let's see here.
That's all the time we have today, folks.
Oh no!
You didn't even get to the next dungeon.
We can't go forward. I guess we'll, since the safe spot was over here, let's try killing south.
Ready to fight the boss?
Is it me? Wait, no. The black hole.
Lloyd!
Yes?
Like, huh. That was weird.
Where the heck is this funky place?
Wait, did we give all that stuff to Colette just to get our party members immediately right back?
Hang on a sec. Do you hear a strange sound?
A strange sound?
We'll be sucked into the magic circle.
Oh, crap. Let's get the hell out of here.
I'll run to this corner. You run to that corner.
Ow!
Ow!
What is this thing?
What's that thing down there?
What the?
What's the matter? You'll be caught unless you hurry up and run.
Gosh, Kuchinawa. She was 7. Get over yourself.
Such a pathetic sight, Zelos.
What? Why is Kuchinawa...
It's gotta be an illusion. There's no way those two would be here.
You're so stupid. You've shut your eyes to reality for so long that you can't even tell what's real anymore.
You grew up in Mizuho, yet you still can't tell if I'm real or an illusion? You really are a failure.
It's so sad. How did someone so unworthy become the Chosen? It's no wonder he betrayed his friends.
Neither of you should have been born. Everyone would have been so much happier had you not been born. You brought misfortune upon the people of Mizuho.
7.
I haven't brought misfortune.
Can you really say you didn't? You, the coward who trembled before Volt and killed your comrades?
7.
One betrayed his friends and then came back shamelessly, and the other killed the people of her village. A fitting end.
Now, if you think you can run, run! You'll be devoured by the darkness and die.
Damn it, we're gonna be eaten by that monster unless we do something.
You gotta be kidding! Would you like me to save you, Zelos?
No.
Beg for our forgiveness.
And pledge loyalty to Crucius?
That monster will bestow eternal suffering upon you. If it devours you, you will neither live nor die. You will be trapped in true darkness, tormented in isolation forever.
Forever?
Why do you have something like that?
I can save you. Join us and defeat Lloyd. Then it will all be over.
Lord Mythos has agreed to let the people of Mizuho live.
And he'll remove the title and duties of the Chosen from you and transfer everything to me.
What even are the duties of the Chosen at this point? Zelos?
Celeste will gain the power of the Chosen.
Yes! What I've wanted more than anything else. The power of the Chosen. You'll let me have it, won't you? Just imagine. Your life will finally have meaning and value.
All you have to do is pledge your allegiance to me. As soon as you do that, you will be saved from the Shadow's grasp.
The people of Mizuho!
Celeste will become the Chosen.
Listen to me, both of you.
I am the spider.
I've come for you guys. I'm right down below.
I am a spider.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! The only thing down there is that monster.
Lloyd! Don't tell me you were eaten by that monster!
That Lloyd is the real illusion. The monster is mimicking his voice to lure you. I'm not an illusion. Do you think it's better for the people of Mizuho to become part of the Age of Lifeless Beings? Do you think it's okay for Celes to become the next Chosen who could be sacrificed at any time?
But...
Both of you have to decide for yourselves. But I have faith in you.
I
know you
believe.
won't run away, even if what we're trying to do is difficult. Don't forget, your lives have value just by being alive and being there.
Just by being alive, my life has value?
I can't believe I had to go and hit you with this again.
A traitor like me has value?
Zelos, we kept you alive.
We would have killed you earlier.
No life has any value just by being alive.
Mythos, shut up. No one likes you.
Shut up. There's a significance in being born.
Yo, me and Lloyd are in sync right now.
But if that's not good enough for you, I'll give them another value. They're both valuable because they're my friends.
That's a pretty pathetic value, but I suppose it'll do.
You reject my offer?
You know what I wish for, yet you still interfere?
Yes.
Sorry, but I got no choice. The guy who decided my value believes in me and tells me not to run away.
Bye-bye.
I trust you, Lloyd. I, the sort of valuable Zelos, am headed your way.
Looks like you beat me to it.
Are you running away again?
Yes.
I'll raise the entire village of Mizuho.
I am not running. The people of Mizuho are waiting for us to reunite the worlds. Betraying that trust would truly be running away. Damnation or salvation? Guess there's only one way to find out.
Besides, I would never trust anything that freaking Mythos has to say. He's like a weenie.
Welcome back, you two.
It's not like I can really run away from the fact that I was born.
Exactly.
Oh, actually.
Especially since we now have our newfound pathetic value and all. I'm gonna try
Oh
and
my
face
goodness.
my challenges head on.
Shut up, Zelos.
Running won't solve anything.
What possible value does one burden to exist with cursed blood have? Sometimes running's the only way to save yourself. Humans are so arrogant.
Whatever you say, kid. Spider. Descended from on high there.
What is that?
A spider figurine.
But it's broken in half. It's kind of creepy.
It looks solid to me.
Maybe it's an admonition to not run away.
I guess that's one way to look at it.
Maybe it is. I'm gonna hang on to it as a reminder.
Oh, there you go. Spider powers.
Can you put Sheena back in? We went through this entire thing. I didn't remember if there were fights or not.
I feed off the fear and the selfishness that live in the hearts of men. Will you offer your selfishness to me? Sure, why not? Fall into darkness, pleasant sleep inside of me.
Oh, dang! Oh!
Why are you in such a hurry to die?
Sort of wasn't expecting a natural fight. Forgot about this. Okay, you don't have a natural weakness, right?
It has also no HP, so like, it's not an issue.
That's beside the point. This place looks awesome.
It does. Easy.
Good job, everyone.
Eat a sandwich. Light has fled into darkness. You are now the new light. The coward who fled into darkness has lost his power. Okay. Raises magic offense by 10%. Well,
Oh, that's more of a Genus thing.
well then. Do we go in this building?
You didn't go in.
I just, like, last time I went to this building, it was completely empty. And I would prefer not to waste my time wandering through a bunch of empty rooms again, is my point.
You might be fine not working here. Unless you go to the top floor, that's the best I got.
Here,
Which you already tried.
I'll head the other way again. See if there's some other thing. Maybe it's something where, like, all your friends are scattered across the different parts of the realm and you have to save them. Okay. Oh wait. Rain, why are you in a cage?
Well, to answer that, we'll be discussing. I give you right here.
What the?
Why is the mayor?
Be careful. It's an illusion.
You think
Yo, I
I'm
did
an
not see
illusion?
Genus.
This is exactly why everyone says half-elves are fools.
Rain, my pitiful child.
Imagine if I hadn't gone and seen the mom before. Just be like, yo, who the heck are you?
A tainted child who received only half her elven blood.
Mother?
Half-elves have no place in this world.
Racism.
That's not true.
It is because you are despicable halflings that I was chased out of Heimdall.
Then why did you give birth to us?
There probably was no choice. That's why you were thrown away after you were born.
Disappear from this world.
Die! There is no meaning for you to live.
Disappear.
Die, now!
Humans and elves. Neither side wants us.
That's right. No one wants you.
I didn't choose to be born like this, yet...
It can't be helped. It's your fault for not being a pureblood.
No, you're wrong.
Hello,
Hello,
I'm here.
I somehow can mirror myself in.
Half half-elves are despised and discriminated against for merely being alive. Our existence is a crime.
No! It's not the half-elves' fault!
It's your fault for being a victim, clearly, obviously.
But...
People who can't accept those who are different are the ones to blame. It's because of their weak hearts. Hey, you two. I came to get you.
Lloyd.
Now let's go.
Lloyd, you just walked through the glass.
It's hopeless, Rain. You'll just be abandoned again. As long
I'm not really
as
sure
you're a
how,
half-elf,
because the glass is still
the
not
world will
broken.
continue to hate
Yeah.
Lloyd came for us, even though he could have left us behind and faced Mythos.
You'll just be betrayed.
Probably should have done that.
Because you're a half.
I would like to not hear all of these friendship speeches.
No, but I need
But
them
then
because they're
again,
my
you
strong
may
party
be
members.
wrong. It wasn't
Oh
because of
yeah,
my
friendship
blood that you
power,
abandoned
Klaus
me.
beaten.
It was because of the world that hates my blood, and a mother who was too weak to stand up against it. I'm going to stop hating that weakness. My hatred never changed anything. In order to change the world, I must first change myself. I'm glad I was born a half-elf. It was because of it that I met Lloyd and my other dear friends.
Genus, do you feel the same? Are you happy that you were born a half-elf?
That's ridiculous.
Genus, you have opinions?
There's no world for half-elves.
Because humans hate us, I hate humans.
Genus!
But I like you, Lloyd. And I like everyone we traveled with.
Genius is like, I am racist, but, you know, I have exceptions for people I like.
Because I think they all like
I'm
me.
12, leave me alone.
You're an idiot. You're deluding yourself.
I'm the same. Just like those that hate half-elves, I get mad at humans and elves just for being who they are. That's just going to make them hate me more. My heart was weak too.
Is it a sin to be weak-hearted? Not everyone's strong. Not everyone can stand being despised.
Hey, you two.
Lloyd! Thanks for coming.
I'm sorry. I promise to make up for all the trouble we've caused.
Make up for it in combat.
Don't worry about it. We're friends, right? Hey, what's this thing that just came floating down?
It's just so arbitrary.
They're fragments of the mirror.
Maybe they're symbols of the weakness of our hearts.
You should hang on to it. It's proof that you guys beat that weird mirror.
Congratulations. Look, guys, we beat a weird mirror.
Okay.
Hold on to this broken shard of
it's a
glass.
good idea.
Don't cut yourself.
Honestly. Alright. Well, it was
This is
nice.
gonna get my people back. It was nice partying with you.
Yeah, basically. Also, pay no attention to what I have currently equipped on Genus. Where'd that magic ring go? Here we go. You want to use this one?
Sure. Oh, that's what you meant by that.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, okay.
I'm
so
like,
why
any
did you just-
moment now.
I reflect the bitterness that lies in the depths of your hearts. Will you face your darkness?
No.
Then be devoured by darkness.
But I know now. Kingdom Hearts is light.
Here we go.
Ready?
Wait. But why though?
Tidal Wave! Demon Seal! Go!
Eat Prism Star!
Power Seal! Demon Seal!
It's gonna hurt.
Did it again. I can't keep getting away with this.
I call upon the light of the heavens. Ready? I summon you.
I'm just floating in the air.
Okay.
Hunting beast.
So is Origin any good?
Field barrier.
No, the origin ends up being pretty good. I just wanted to see if this was super effective.
I messed up.
Tiger blade.
You picked the wrong guy to mess with.
Defense ring. Sandwich.
Oh, sorry. You've conquered your darkness. You have changed from shadow to light. That which was light will lose its power.
You see, one shall bring the shadow, and the one will bring the light. To this riddle, all souls are tied. Who cares about defense? This is still the weirdest elevator system I have seen.
No, really.
Vacuum cleaner, UFO.
You know, I'm not gonna be able to unhear that.
It's the sound effect they use for all the machine stuff, which is why this theme park just is vacuum cleaner land. I'm gonna check inside the building. That's the only other place I can think of. Because we're still missing... Wait, are we missing anyone? Yeah, Regal and Presea. Wait, no, this is where we came from.
I'm like, wait a minute. Bye, guys.
Bye, we don't need to save you. No, the only other place I can think of them being is inside the building.
They're at a... Oh, here?
Oh, they're prisoners. Okay. I get it. It's thematic.
It's them.
I'll save you guys.
Oh no, I died.
Stopped existing.
I know. It's the same animation that happens when somebody dies.
Yes, he disappeared. What could...
A trap?
Even if it is, remaining here indefinitely...
Would not be particularly meaningful. Let us search for Lloyd.
I'm so glad you two are safe.
Oh, good, I can take off these cuffs.
Impossible.
I know, right?
Please wait. I'll take you to Lloyd.
It's an illusion. Alicia is dead.
Yes. She was murdered.
Yes.
Then what am I, Presea? Even though I'm right here, breathing, my very own sister insists that I'm dead?
Yes.
It's true that I was murdered by Regal.
I don't call that murder.
Here I am, alive in front of you. Isn't that enough?
It's only an illusion. Be gone. Presea.
We don't know for certain it's an illusion.
Presea, you believe me, don't you?
Thank you.
Honestly, I kind of figured these two were more mature than this.
You.
Well,
stop.
Regal is.
If you don't stop.
Regal, I can't believe you tried to kill me.
I can't believe it.
Silence, Phantom. Presea, move.
If you want to kill Alicia, you must face me first. Prepare yourself.
Prepare yourself.
Stop it! Both of you!
Ow.
Lloyd's voice. Is this an illusion
My
as well?
tomato juice, no!
But there's blood.
I feel an evil presence from that blood. Be careful, Presea.
What's going on? What is real?
There must be hemogoblins inside that blood.
It doesn't matter.
The...
Just settle down. Why are you fighting
Maybe I
each
should
other?
walk away now.
You're supposed to be friends.
Lloyd.
That's a lot of blood from one smack.
Like, damn, son. What did you
Why
hit?
don't you stop attacking? You hate the one who murdered me, don't you? And Regal, why won't you just let yourself be killed? You've always felt guilty about killing me. Here's your chance to end it all.
Yes, it's for the best. If you are killed, you will no longer feel guilt. If you kill him, you will have your revenge. Crimes must be punished.
Both of you! Get a hold of yourselves! Don't confuse who you should be fighting! Dying won't settle anything. Killing won't solve anything.
That is merely logic. People are not moved by
As we
logic.
established like an hour ago, no logic. No logic around.
If the one you love is killed, you hate the murderer. And murderers must be punished.
Mythos, that's literally logic you're using.
But if you keep killing people like that, it'll only spawn new hate and new revenge. Besides, you're just running away if you die. You'll forget the murder and the pain of that crime.
Spawn new hate.
Running away from my crime.
What about my feelings? You murdered me.
It is true that Alicia died, but I know she doesn't want things to end like this. What you're both doing is selfish.
You're the real Lloyd.
And that Alicia is a fake. Alicia wouldn't say things like that.
Are you going to kill me?
Yes.
Stop deceiving my friends.
I'm not sure how I didn't cut Persea in
I
that.
came to get you.
Rain, please heal
I'm
me.
sorry.
I'm tired of acting
lost
tough
the
right
will
now.
to atone for my crimes by taking comfort in the feeling of being
That's all of
punished.
my blood.
Death is not punishment. Punishment is living with one's crime and working to atone for it.
I closed off my heart and turned away from people who were trying to atone for their crimes because it was easier to hate than to forgive.
There are so many things you can do before you die, and I don't think everything has to be forgiven. But no matter how painful things may be, you just can't dwell on the past.
Yes.
I will stop allowing myself to be trapped in the past.
One cannot seek a new world while dragging the past along.
And thus you forget the past. The countless lives that were lost.
No one asked you,
And the
Mythos.
pain of those that suffered. Crimes must be met with punishment.
Okay, you've murdered tons of people, Mythos. Are you gonna punish yourself? No, I thought not. Sword.
What's that?
I'm not even
A
sure how
knife.
that dagger's not even
There
fully
are nicks
broken
all
all the
over
way.
the blade.
And in
Maybe
the
it's
air.
a symbol of your past.
Let us think of it that way.
Yes.
Can you use
So
the
that we
cut
may
you
never fight
like
amongst ourselves
cuffs?
again.
But yet neither of them use a knife, and it's not like Regal killed Alicia with the knife.
With his hands.
Oh no, the Hemogoblin is speaking.
All life bears sin when it's born. Will you face your sin?
Sure.
Then sinners, be judged.
You're in for a world of hurt.
Why y'all all look the same?
You know what they kind of remind me of?
There we go!
You know, those like robots in Dragon Ball? Like,
yeah.
That's what they remind me of. Cast a spell, please, Rain!
Or I would just freaking kill it first. Light fell into darkness along with sin. You bear your sin and are the new light. The power of darkness has now ended.
Okay.
Please heal me.
So what you're saying is we got a mop and cleaned up.
Yo, how did we clean it up so well?
That's the question. Do you want the attack ring?
Sure not. You ain't taking it, I will.
Yeah. You want the defense ring, or are you fine with the?
What else do you got?
Reduce reduce damage. Okay.
I mean, I'll take a revive ring because I feel like some shit's about to go down.
Okay. Alright, the gang's back together. Please stop separating us. I don't want to have to set up her thing again. Mythos is a pitiful person. Why do you say that all of a sudden? Even though he led all those half-elves, he no longer has any friends left that he actually trusted. Yeah, I think loneliness can corrupt one's decisions. But Kratos and Yuan are both alive.
Leading to arbitrary judgment and tyranny, leading to further loneliness.
Let's make sure we value our friends. Yeah.
Friendship.
Friendship power, go! By the power of friendship, there is no longer a thing blocking the way.
What is this?
This
is the Darius emblem.
Darius emblem?
It's a seal that blocks the path to Mythos' castle, although I didn't know where it was.
Then with this...
The trap should be deactivated. Let's keep going.
Okay, let's go.
It's just on the floor. It's a key item, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, alright. So, go back. Wait, there is probably a teleporter. Never mind, keep going forward, Because otherwise you'd have to go back to that entire dungeon again.
That was quite a trap back there. The Darius emblem. It stimulates negative emotions that reside in everyone's hearts. Yes. Even knowing that what we saw before was fake, we still couldn't stop ourselves from being affected by it. But we managed to win against it. Thanks to Lloyd. Lloyd wasn't pulled in by the illusion that the Darius emblem created. The Eternal Sword must have fascinating power. It's truly fascinating. It's amazing power, rather. I don't think that was it at all. I think it was also because Lloyd himself was strong. Yes, you're right. Yeah. So, this is the last dungeon?
This is the last dungeon.
Hey, guess what? I'm 64. That means I'm good, right?
I was 70. I think it was 70 just because I kept fighting crap.
Man, I was seriously shaking when everyone disappeared.
Oh, well, at least now we've got the Darius emblem. Now we just need to do something about Mythos and we'll be set.
Yeah.
It may be difficult, but we cannot back down.
Yeah, neither side can back down, and that's why things have wound up like this.
We won't get anywhere just thinking about it. We don't have time for that.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm okay. Let's go. Yeah. Okay, time to reclaim this great seed.
Nah, you're good at level if you're trying to skip.
Yeah, I think
So you do need to fight these guys.
Oh yeah?
Like very specifically, they're just in the way.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. Just because I don't want to like drag on too long.
Ready?
Oh yeah, that reminds me. He's learned all.
Oh yeah, he's actually got everything.
All right.
Just put everything back. No, just put everything back.
Literally everything?
That's fine. So, very specifically for Genus, if you ever see this kid at over limit, get him to use indignation.
Okay.
I call upon thee in the land of the dead to unleash thy fury of thunder. Thrust our demons down! Indignation!
I'm only mad you still had your like super armor going on.
I know, right? We need to like time ourselves. Yo, who's got no TP now, huh?
Oh, that's actually a first. Also, I have an excuse.
Yeah, you don't have regen.
I summoned.
Oh yeah, that too.
That eats.
Here, would you like an orange?
Sure.
Alright,
Why'd you shove 2 gummies down my throat?
You'll like them.
I think you have to beat that one.
Really?
I think so. And you just holy bottled. Well, back to the manga.
No! Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to walk with you again.
Just go upstairs.
Okay.
At least you're progressing that way.
Dragon? Okay. I would be surprised if one of these chairs turned into the Master Chef.
Okay, that on the other hand, I'm pretty sure is a no.
Hey man, for all I know, Mythos is just the chef in disguise.
If he's there, I give up. Might be something behind that couch. Not that way. Okay, was wrong. I know it's something behind one of the couches or chairs or something. Like you had a panic attack.
Basically. I'm like, what do I do? What do I do? Ah! Do 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 do. Realm of Purple. These are a lot of enemies.
Yeah.
So like, I kind of just went up here just because I could. Is there a particular something I'm supposed to be doing up here, or?
Yeah, you're supposed to be finding something. Can't remember where it is.
Reinforcements. Here we go.
By the way, we're in a fight.
I'm waiting for you to use your units to attack.
You know me all that too well.
Hunting beast.
Get ready.
Prism Star!
Alright, now here we go.
Ready?
Just move.
Final. Now done.
How was I not hit by that?
Good question. What?
Yeah, after a while, it's like, really?
Away. Are you okay?
How can this happen?
All right.
Okay.
Not that way. Right. No, like, there's gonna be a whole thing for how you get there. It's a teleporter.
Okay.
But yeah, that spot is important.
Okay. Seems straightforward enough. Do I just need to be at that dragon that's on the ground floor?
Did you skip the dragon? Yeah, I guess you did, because I remember fighting it.
No, we didn't fight it.
I said, yeah, you did, because I don't remember. Holy crap.
Just as I expected.
You have way more TP than I do.
Yeah,
Ninja sword.
Yeah.
These are better than my dad's swords.
Uh-huh. He's like, yo, this is strong as about that.
Yo, way to ruin the moment game.
There are technically 2 swords stronger than your dad's sword. So this is one of them.
Ninjas are just stronger than the power of 2 dads.
Oh, okay, sweet. We'll just skip that. Is that a thing behind there? There it is. The mortality cloak.
Have fun, Regal.
I know my limits.
I'm not gonna lie, all this spinning does make me a little dizzy.
Let's get rid of him quickly.
Here we go.
Gather before me and transform into blades of air.
Janus is still doing his incantation.
Get ready.
Yeah.
Regen, it still happens during the moments for all this long casting.
Beautiful.
Hunting beast.
God.
Gravity well. Power speed is
What has happened? Away. Grant us the breath of life. Revitalize.
Fear the power of my ninja swords.
I'm so mad with the left and right of this game.
That was
Yeah.
just warming up.
Keeps throwing you off.
Yeah.
Okay. But why though? Why empty room?
This
Okay.
way. Right.
This is where we came from.
Yeah,
So-
but you couldn't get up here. Never mind, I just don't know where the hell I'm.
So let's fight the guy that you said we needed to fight just to be safe.
Hmm.
Reinforcements, huh?
Ready? Acuteness.
Hunting beast.
pancake time. Stalagmite.
Hunting beast.
Ready? Field barrier. Away. How can this happen? Are you okay?
Gravity well.
Screw you, Dad swords. I got me some ninja swords in a castle that probably shouldn't exist.
Yeah. It's like Lloyd became a weeaboo and just grabbed the thing. Okay, what does this do?
Hmm.
A chest? Okay. Let's go fight the dragon. I am the gatekeeper. You who would open the gate, stand forth and destroy me. Okay.
What an abnormal size specimen. Are you okay?
I really want to know before you go in unison and attack the crap out of that.
Pancake time. Stalagmite.
Okay, fine. I don't have to hit you with anything of a weakness.
Heavy tiger blade.
Ray. Tidal wave. Demon seal.
Get ready.
Prism star.
Ooh, easy dragon.
That's it?
Nothing.
I was just getting started.
You got
Literally.
nothing on me, dragon.
Wow. And you got yourself a new title. You almost got the last one.
Wienheim key.
I just got the Wilhelm key.
Ew.
Mythos is just ahead.
This looks like the final area in Final Fantasy 7.
And the Great Sea
Yeah.
should be there too.
This is it, everyone. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm prepared to accept whatever happens in the
So
coming
literally, we don't have to do the last dungeon at all. It's just beat up a dragon and go.
battle. And we will win.
Yeah, we're gonna win. For Mizuho, Corinne, and for all of you who believed in a coward like me.
And for myself, too. I don't want anyone else to make the same mistake I did.
Say it with me now. Sheena, You were 7.
No one should have to think that he has to sacrifice his own life. Everyone should be able to live freely, no matter who they are.
Racism is bad.
Humans and elves, and even us. It's okay for us to be here, in this world.
Yes.
Yes.
That's why we must recover the great seed from Mythos and revive the giant tree.
There's a part of me that wishes that he just only said yes and that was the
Without
whole
not
line.
only will we be unable to restore peace between the different races,
The world itself will die. We can't let that happen. We must reunite the worlds. Afterwards, we shall make a new promise to the new world.
The people that I like and the people that I don't both have the right to live in the same world as I do. Because that's the way things should be. So count me in. I won't run from this one.
All right, let's go. We're going to restore a world where everyone can live freely.
All right. Where? Dude, we beat you before. Just give up.
Home. I'm going home.
Mythos, listen to me. We don't have to fight. Please return the Great Seed to us so that we can reunite the worlds.
Home. I'm going home.
Yikes.
Something's wrong. He sounds like a puppet.
What?
I need to thank you for going through all the trouble to bring me back here. I'm finally myself again.
Damn. So that's what this was all about.
You know, for somebody that wanted us to bring your soul back to you, you sure did put up a lot of barriers between us and this place.
Mythos, Martel is already dead.
That's not true. Martel is alive. Just as I lived on in the Crucius Crystal.
That's not living. That's just existing as a lifeless being.
What's wrong with that?
What?
After all, in our bodies flow the bloods of humans and elves, the bloods of those that despise us.
I mean, but your parents didn't hate you and their blood flows through you, so like, what does that mean for your whole plan?
We're better off casting aside such filth and become lifeless beings.
That's what you really want?
Of course. Watch. When you become a lifeless being, you can even control your appearance and growth.
He has the power of glamour plates, Kasai.
Everyone should become lifeless beings. I told you before. The only way to eliminate discrimination is for everyone to become the same race.
Oh, okay, so it was the same race thing. I thought it was just like, I'm gonna kill you all.
What you hope for is nothing but a dream, Mythos. Discrimination comes from the heart.
He's right, Mythos. It's the weakness of people's hearts that causes discrimination, looking down upon others while placing themselves too high.
You do the same thing. You look down on humans and elves, treating them like cattle. That's the weakness of your heart.
even if people become lifeless beings, nothing will change.
Then where should the half-elves go? We aren't accepted anywhere.
I mean, but we can fight against the racism without killing people.
We opened our hearts, but no one took us in. Where should we live?
You can live anywhere you like.
Don't make me laugh.
I'm serious. Anywhere is fine. If you aren't doing anything wrong, you should just live proudly in the open.
It's because we couldn't do that. That we wanted a place of our own.
Sorry, but don't act like you're the only victim here. It doesn't even come close to justifying all the things that you've done.
I'm glad someone points this out. Honestly, I just wish it wasn't Zelos.
What you've done caused meaningless suffering and death to countless people.
Can you feel their pain?
People can change, even if they don't change right away. Months, years, as time passes, change is inevitable.
Maybe not everything can be forgiven, but one can try to atone for one's sins. Can't you feel it in your heart? The goddess known as Conscience.
Do you think I'm gonna beg for forgiveness? Ridiculous. There is no goddess. So I would continue to pursue my ideals. If there is no place where I can live, and if I've been denied my age of lifeless beings, then the only thing left for me is to build a new world on Darris Carlon. A world just for my sister and me.
Alright, here we go.
There's nothing anyone can do.
Yeah, I'm just always like.
Here, Ray! Ready? Acuteness! Don't bother me!
Disappear. Don't bother me! I call upon thee in the land of the dead to unleash thy fury and thunder.
Yeah, I'm gonna move from that. Nope.
Understood. Disappear. Okay.
Stop teleporting.
Can you stop teleporting?
Thanks. Disappear.
I'm mad you slowed it down. I'm really
Honestly,
mad about that. This is it. You can't see it for nothing.
Thanks.
That was the other move, right? Oh, here we go.
I messed up.
Oh, that move. I
That.
think I've seen that before.
Healing circle. Power seal. Disappear. Ray. Sword ring. Guardian seal.
Wanna charge? Power seal underway. Demon seal.
Don't get in my way.
Scatter.
Scatter Zenbone Zaku.
Disappear.
Grant has the breath of life.
Oh no! He took away my power to spam TP.
Revitalize.
Thanks.
Power seal absolute. Holy land. Grant has the breath of life. Ready?
I messed up.
Revitalize.
Thanks.
Okay, no, this ain't. This no. Stop that. Where's the stupid thing?
Panacea?
I hope.
Be careful.
Yo, he just
Well.
deleted Genus.
Be careful.
Goodbye.
Oh, okay, pain.
Oh, and you're in your overdrive too, so you can summon.
Soul from purgatory. Ready? Resurrection. Pretty good.
Why? Oh, I'm not in it yet. That's why.
Thanks. Disappear.
Are you okay?
Oh, she has no TP. That's the problem. She can't heal us anymore.
You okay? Understood.
Damn. Sorry, Dad.
Holy crap. Okay.
He's just like, hello, I'm now dealing damage.
Thanks. Disappear.
You might.
You okay? Don't get in my way. Understood. Sonic sword ring. Holy lance. Force cool. Mighty tornado. Hunting beast.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay over here. For a second.
Understood.
Pathetic.
Force field.
Reduce the evil.
Please heal me while I do this move.
You okay?
Here, I will. Alright.
Yeah. Thanks.
Under.
Disappear.
Sword ring. Earth and everything in between. Don't get in my way.
Torrential vortex.
My sister means everything to me.
Shut up.
Come, origin.
I won't let anyone get in my way.
Dang.
Here we go.
You floated down!
None of you understand how I feel.
You're right, I don't understand you.
Yeah, we
don't...
comboed him so hard.
Ready? Eruption!
Yeah, no, I can't have that on you.
Be careful. Wait for me. I messed up.
Field barrier!
You don't stand a chance.
You mean time stop? What? Huh? No, I don't like. Oh, not you. I don't need my healer to be.
Be careful. Understood. Hunting beast!
Goodbye.
Judgment!
You hit nobody! Nobody!
That is hilarious. With stopped time, you fucked up.
Honestly, I feel like that just summarizes Mythos in general.
You will disappear.
Yo.
Ready?
Disappear.
I don't know how to heal my thing, and that's bothering me because apparently I'm not getting TP. No, apparently I am.
I know, I just gave you a bottle.
No, not that. So what the heck do I
My
have?
dream of a world for my sister and me.
It's not over yet.
Can it, though? What? What?
Why did you think there was only one part of him?
No, but no, it's more about what is this design that he's inside currently.
Fought 3 of them.
I know, but like.
Thanks. Understood. Fireball! This is pretty good. Revitalize. Guardian Seal.
Thanks.
Pretty good.
I was like, I'm just gonna make sure I live for this one.
Burn. Eruption. Hunting beast. Steven Seal. Heavy tiger. Hunting beast. Ready? Rush. Revitalize. Power Steven Seal.
Thanks.
Sonic sword blade. Waiting. Tiger blade. Affirmative. Ready? Field barrier. Spirit. Waiting. Tiger blade. Sonic power seal. Absolute.
Yeah, just like, nope. I just told him nope.
Oh, I did the wrong button. Oh no.
Tidal wave. Sonic sword blade. Steven Seal. Sonic sword rush. Power seal. Absolute. Ready. Acuteness. Hunting beast.
Where you going?
Eruption.
Where you running to, Mythos?
Sonic sword blade. Hunting beast. Steven Seal.
Thanks.
Hunting beast. Revitalize.
Thanks.
Sonic sword blade. Waiting. Tiger blade. Come get some. Sword blade. Air
What
thrust.
the heck is Atlas?
Okay. Understood. Hunting beast.
Yo, I made him dizzy.
Revitalize. Run. Sword. Waiting. Tiger blade. Sonic sword blade. Waiting. Tiger blade. Sonic sword blade. Rush. Power seal. Waiting. Tiger blade. Sonic sword ready.
Why am I going the other way? It was fine before. Why camera angle?
Ray. Tidal wave. Steven Seal. Hunting beast. Get ready. Prism star. Sonic sword blade.
Mythos, you were stronger in the other form.
Field barrier. Hunting. Understood. Rush. Power Steven Seal. Waiting. Tiger blade. Grant us the breath of light. Sonic sword blade. Force Guardian Tiger blade. Understood. Hunting beast.
Martel.
Goodbye.
Literally easier in the previous form. Also, EX Gem Max. That sounds pretty cool.
Mythos.
I had him on lockdown.
Mythos is...
It's just like Alicia. Mythos will continue to live as long as the Crucius Crystal exists.
And eventually, I will be taken over by the crystal.
Mythos.
I'm tired of playing your game of good and evil. Hurry up and destroy the crystal. If you don't, Darius Carlon will continue to drift away.
Mythos.
Do it now. Before I... too... am no longer myself.
Okay, what do you qualify as yourself? Because you've had thousands of years to think on your actions. Don't act like...
Lloyd, please, help him! Let him die while he's still himself!
Alright.
Farewell, my shadow.
My job
You who
is
stand at
calling
the end
me.
of the path
What?
I chose not to follow. I wanted my own world,
Back.
so I don't regret my choice. I would make the same choice all over again. I will continue to choose this path.
So what you're saying, Mythos, is that you learned nothing. Oh, I just noticed he used his dad's swords in the cutscenes, even though I was using different ones.
You could have lived with us in our world. Damn it.
Okay. Okay, so they're combined into a new sort of eternal sword. Okay, great.
The old master of the pact is no more. What does the new master of the pact ask of this sword?
Restore the true form of our two worlds.
Okay. Well. Oh, and cutscene. Anime cutscene. And now it's whole again, I think. Mission accomplished?
Are we back? What's going on?
What are you all doing?
Your wish is granted.
So that means goodbye to the summon spirits?
But there is no link. Without a link, the land will die.
What do you mean?
The world was originally separated into two in order to prevent its destruction. If it returns to its true form, the world lacks the mana to support itself. The land is dying.
I don't need to know why it's dying. What do we need to do to stop it?
Support the two worlds by linking them with a giant tree. That is the only way to stop the destruction of the land.
We need to awaken the giant Carlin tree.
I get it.
Lloyd, hurry! You have to shine the mana of Darius Carlon on the Great Seed before Darius Carlon is too far away.
All right then. I'm counting on you, Eternal Sword.
Darius Karlan is already at the edge of the gravitational field. Not even Yggdrasil. Mythos could stop this from happening. Do you still intend to try?
Yeah.
Even strengthened by your X-Sphere, it is likely that your body will not withstand the forces. Are you certain of your decision?
So basically, are you willing to die to make it happen?
I said I'm doing it, so I'm doing it. It's not like we have a choice.
Very well.
It's not working. The mana's being deflected.
The Great Seed is already dead.
Wait, don't go. Please wake up.
Oh, wings. I guess Lloyd became an angel? It's coming from his mom. Oh, that's right, she can fly too.
It looks like Darius Karlan stopped moving away.
Yeah, but why? The Eternal Sword is gone. The Eternal Sword!
Thank goodness.
This is my final wish. Eternal Sword.
Please awaken the Great Seed.
I beg you, please wake up!
Please!
Rise, giant Karlan tree!
Oh man, they talk forever.
Yeah.
Lloyd Wings. Yeah, I know I'm late.
It's fine. Are these? Wondering if these are all the different past chosens, or because it's just not just Martel. Okay. So the robot is now, I guess, fused with Martel? I hate how 60 for FPS breaks these cutscenes.
We worked with what we had.
Fair enough.
I am Martel, and also the incarnation of the Great Seed itself. Lloyd, your hope, as well as those of many others, resurrected me.
So you're Mythos' sister?
No, Mythos' sister Martel is only one of the many souls within me. I am Mana, and I am the giant tree. I am the symbol of the many lives sacrificed to the Great Seed. I am a new spirit born to accompany the giant tree. And now the seed has awakened anew along with me.
So instead of a tower, we'll have a gigantic tree.
This is the giant Carlon tree?
It's so beautiful and so grand.
This is the future form of the giant tree, but right now, it is only a small seedling. In its current state, the tree will wither and die.
Well then, how do we protect it?
You must provide the tree with love and adoration. As long as those conditions are met, I shall always protect the seedling.
I promise, if the tree ever starts to wither, I'll make sure we won't let it die.
Then Lloyd, on behalf of all living things, I want you to give this tree a new name, as a proof of the pact.
What?
The giant Carlon tree was planted here by the elves when they first came, as a guardian to watch over and protect them. This newly reborn tree protects elves, humans,
the elves
and the
came from
lives
where?
of all those who are caught in between. Therefore, this tree requires a new name.
Lloyd, pick a name for us.
Please tell me elves are not aliens.
A name for everyone's tree.
So this tree is the link that connects the world. Okay, I got it. This tree's name is...
Its name is...
There you go.
Okay. These are some cute little illustrations, though. Aw, little kid Lloyd. He's like the same height as Genus there.
Yggdrasil is the name of it.
Oh, that's what they named it?
Yeah, I found out in the second game.
Ah, okay.
Years later, as in, it was on the Wii.
Ah. To be perfectly honest, I'm not sure how I feel about naming the tree of, like, hope after the guy who tried to murder everyone. But, like...
Well, not the name of him, but to name it of what the name is supposed to mean is what I think they were going on about.
Right. But, like, I don't know, man. Okay. Do you know if there's anything post-credit scenes? I'm gonna let it run, but
A little bit at the end.
Okay. Then we'll wait a second.
I mean, you could just talk now.
Well, I just wanted to be careful. Actually, I'm gonna take a quick moment, to go grab something, and hopefully the credits aren't too long. But I will be right back. I'll let the credits play for a moment.
Take your time.
Okay, I'm back.
Cool.
Alright. So, I guess for starters, in terms of what I thought of the game, I'd say it's it's pretty good. I don't think it's the best Tales game I've played, but I can understand why a lot of people really like it, especially if they, if it was like their first introduction to the series. I think Lloyd's a pretty good protagonist. I have a lot of thoughts about Colette. But like in general, I'd say the cast is pretty good. If though some of them kind of feel like it's one of those like "Why are you here?" kind of vibes. But
for Colette?
No, not for Colette. Like specifically Priscilla, and then by extension Regal. Priscilla, literally, we basically just kind of abducted her that one time when we needed to go get in to see the Pope, and then just kind of, dragged her along with us. She ended up, like, obviously, her story ended up being relevant and whatnot, and Regal is relevant because of her, but, like, those two definitely have the most tenuous connection to the group, is more or less what my thoughts on them have been. But like, in terms of overarching story, it does kind of make me realize that this franchise uses a lot of like themes and like topics over and over again a lot. Like, like this exact same kind of like issue of like providing not enough like energy or whatever has been in a couple of games. Same with this kind of conflict of like, I don't want to kill anybody, but what do? I have to like make sure that everyone's staying alive in the end and happy and whatnot, But like I'd say like what is here is told really well. Let's see here. I As much as I complain about Zelos, I do think he's not as bad as I make him out to be.
I'm home.
He's just kind of creepy.
Chosen one.
No, Grandmother. I'm not a chosen anymore.
Oh, yes. Colette, you have made us all proud.
Welcome home, Colette.
It's good to be home, Father.
I see. So, Kratos will travel with Darius Karlon wherever it may go.
Wait, that's just where he disappeared to?
What are you going to do? Go back to Iselia?
No. We're going out to visit new lands.
We're going around the world to try and make it easier for half-elves to be accepted.
It sounds like you have a difficult journey ahead of you.
We can return to Iselia when we're tired.
We will always have a home there. Hi, everyone. I'm back.
Sheena, I'm so glad you're safe. Congratulations, Sheena.
Ed, don't congratulate me yet. A whole new world lies before us now. We have to inform everyone about the revival of the Igaguri style.
Yes, and for when Kuchinawa returns as well.
Yeah! Come on, everyone. Let's work as hard as we can. We're gonna make the village of Mizuho into a ninja clan to be proud of.
Yeah.
See, look what happened. It's all because the Pope opened up his big mouth and tried to banish me and stuff. The whole world got messed up.
Well then, Chosen One, what would you have me do?
We'll send an emissary of peace to Iselia.
Emissary? Who do you plan to send?
Me.
How about Sheena from Mizuho? She's already involved.
So the emissary of death becomes the emissary of peace.
I won't let you say no. Until you do something about the Church of Martel, I still have the rights of the Chosen, remember?
He's gonna make himself not be chosen by his own hand, I guess.
Alicia, I'm finally myself again. Time is finally starting to flow again from that night 16 years ago. You know what? I'm 28 years old now. Can you believe that?
Were you talking with Alicia?
Yes.
I just got back from overseeing the destruction of part of the mine. Now that that's done, we can rest assured that no new X-spheres will be excavated.
That's good to hear. What are your plans now?
I'm going to devote the full resources of my company to revitalization projects in order to build a new and better world.
I'll help too. I'm sure Alicia and Daddy would have wanted me to.
Are you really going to Darius,
He
Carlo?
still hasn't taken those
If a
necklaces
half-elf of Crucius remains here, the other half-elves will have no place to live. As a surviving member of Crucius, I must bear the responsibility for what has happened.
I'm going to collect all the X-spheres remaining in this land.
And I will discard all of Crucius's X-spheres into space. I've dragged you into this until the very end.
It's okay.
It's time for me to go. Please use that sword to send us to Darius Karlon.
You can just
Goodbye,
do that whenever.
Dad.
Don't die before I do, Lloyd.
I'm glad that he finally called him Dad at the end.
Don't die before I do. Ain't you like 4,000 years old and still look 20?
Fair.
Mom, Dad left.
Again.
That was okay, wasn't it? For me to let him go? It was okay, right?
Lloyd, you wanted to go with him, didn't you?
No. I have my own path to follow. And Dad has his. And besides, I have a dad here already.
I see. Then I won't say any more.
Mom, I'll leave Dad's sword here beside you. Well, I'm off.
Oh yeah, Noah, we straight forgot about you.
Yeah, I feel like Noisha had some sort of significance that I either missed or just never came up.
I think with Noish, Noish has been with you since you were a child, or at least that's what I think it was. And the reason it's like scared of monsters, well, the mom turned into a monster.
Mm-hmm.
It probably attacked him.
Okay. All right. Black screen.
Le fin.
Le finish. Oh, let's oh wait, let's find some let's find some music to listen to while we have our discussion. Wait, I know.
I said all at once.
Here we go. Da 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 da.
Okay, this is not what I was expecting today.
So yeah, I think whatchamaniam, just going through the cast, I think Lloyd's really well done. I think what he the way that he's written, he's a very believable person, somebody who basically started out as a very innocent sort of yeah, I just kind of live my own life, doing my own thing, yeah, and then realizing that he has to be the real world has consequences for his actions, and so it kind of forced him to become a lot more mature. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah. Which is more or less the average shonen anime in its own way.
Yeah. The whole thing with the mana tree and the eternal sword kind of reminds me if you ever played Secret of Mana.
No.
That thing has a mana sword and a tree that provides all the mana and summon spirits and all the other stuff. But that was a SNES game. So there are a number of similar topics here and there between the two. But yeah, let's see here. Colette, I kind of I like Colette, but I also don't like how airheaded she is.
I don't like how if Lloyd is able to go and sit there and become more of adult
Yeah, if
or
he
mature about
grew.
the entire situation, and I like Genus had to go through like even his own thing with Mythos and whatnot. But
Yeah.
Colette was, you lost your senses, you got it back, you got kidnapped 3 times, and the end.
Basically, yeah. I mean, you could argue, or I would say the writers would probably say, well, Mythos. Well, you know, Colette didn't need to change. She was already fine the way she was. But I feel like that's just not the case. I would have
For a
liked.
journey like this, that like, even if you did know that Remio wasn't your dad and all of that along the way, which
Yeah.
yeah, she says that, but like, you just went through, I was prepared to die to save this world, to I want to go save the world, but like nothing in there ever made me feel like you could stand on your own 2 feet without the like need of somebody else.
Yeah. It's if you played Final Fantasy X, she reminds me a lot of Yuna from that. But whereas Yuna had an arc of her learning to sort of like grow, be more independent, and then eventually be willing to shake off the shackles of responsibility that she was been given when she realized the futility of it all. I feel like the one thing I really liked about Colette though, well, this is a negative trait. I really like the way that she's a kind of person that is self-aware enough that to try and hide the fact that she was like suffering. When like, you know, when she was losing her sense of taste and her ability to sleep and temperature and whatnot. I thought, well, obviously like that's a bad thing. You shouldn't hide when you're feeling rough.
It still is a character trait, and I'll give it that.
Like it seems believable to me, and it's on top of that, like someone who like her kind of is a very like bubbly personality that really wants her friends from the bottom of her heart to be like happy and not have to worry about anything. Her going and hiding that and feeling so conflicted makes sense, and it also just made me feel for her really badly the whole time through. So that was a really
said that
engaging
like
arc.
after that, it really just becomes an entire moment of, so what good are you after all that? Like, okay, so now we are not going to sacrifice you anymore. Now, what is our goal with Colette to actually progress her forward? We need to stop making her angel mode. Okay, now we've done that. Oh, she got captured again. And in your playthrough, oh, Mythos captured her again, and that was like the only real thing of note.
Yeah, I feel it feels kind of weird that that like, you know, everyone's going through these like emotional like turmoil scenes, right? And it's Lloyd and Colette were the ones that are left, and probably because of the time that this game was made. But I totally expected that like our player 2, you know, Colette here, would have also been like, say at least like a line or whatever to encourage her friends while they're going through all this suffering. Like, Colette is there. I understand why they didn't do that, because, you know, that'd be extra like programming and probably be a bit more complicated, and you have to remember that this is an old game. It was on the GameCube, so that kind of stuff just isn't in the cards, to be perfectly honest. But yeah.
There's more they could have done with her that was in the cards, in my opinion.
Fair enough. I do agree. We talked about Priscilla and Regal.
Priscilla in his own ways is like this weird, sad thing to me. That's like, okay, so you were 12 years old, and you had to like suddenly get everything that's happening really quickly, and there could be an argument that like she could have been handled better or something like that, but I'll leave that be, because honestly I personally don't know what to do with her.
I mean, I feel like it's hard because her personality is very quiet and reserved, so it's not going to be like, you know, she's going like she's not about to just go and break out into a speech or anything like that. What I would have liked would be if Priscilla had been in more of those like adult moment talks with Rain and Regal. Like when you're climbing up the Tower of Salvation to go when Zealous has betrayed you, you know, there's a skit where Regal and Rain are like, okay, we need to, like, Lloyd's important, we need to figure out like if somebody has to sacrifice themselves, then who's gonna do it? I feel like Persea was like not entirely treated like an adult by the game, but she also wasn't entirely treated like a child, because there's a lot of like, oh, her and Genius has a crush on her, but like in a way that like eventually Genius is just going to have to like, I feel like Genius and Persea wouldn't end up being like a thing. Like Genius would basically get over it eventually, and I feel like Persea would feel weird dating, like being interested in somebody as young as him,
I just can't see it working out because, like, she's still becoming herself. Like, she's just spent, like, about 16 years pretty much being underneath a trance, really.
Yeah. So.
And now it's like, oh yeah, and, so, snap of the fingers, well, it's, nice to see you back. It's been, like, 14 years. Your dad and the sister are dead. Go back.
Yeah. Well, I think it's one of those things, I think they said that, like, she was, like, somewhat aware of what was going on, but, like, didn't have any control of herself. But,
more or less, sounds like a trance in some way.
And so, I think there's a certain degree of, like, horror in that just kind of got, like, brushed aside, more or less, She and Regal were, like, permanent back of the crowd status, basically. Because, Sheena's basically, like, your second or third, like, main character, more or less. And
yeah.
Regal, I complained throughout the whole thing, like, Regal, just take off your handcuffs. And, like, Regal also just kind of was like, he's there because Persea is there. And didn't really do much, to be perfectly honest. It felt like him holding himself back so much was kind of holding himself back from narrative standpoint. Like, you remember...
Whereas if he'd actually started trying to take off the cuffs, that would have been a character moment for him.
Like, you remember Tales of Berseria, right? How Rokuro,
Who?
the demon dude with the...
I didn't...
You played Berseria in Japanese, remember?
Yeah, I didn't get... Who's Rokuro?
He's the demon guy with the giant katana on his back that fights with daggers.
The demon guy with a giant katana?
Yeah, you meet him in, like, the first dungeon. Alright, well, anyways...
I've done the first dungeon, and that was, like, at best it.
Okay, well, for those who don't know, because I included, there's a character named Rokuro, and he's got this gigantic katana on his back, but he still fights with these two daggers. So he's doing the same sort of thing that Regal does. But the difference there is that, like, not only is the sword on his back, like, broken, so it's not like he can just go and use it, but it's also a thing where, like, because of, like, story reasons, he's like, well, I'm not gonna try and fight with a sword or anything. Like, these two daggers will be good enough for me. And there actually does become, like, a Chekhov's gun moment later on, where he finally goes and fights with, like, a two-handed sword, and that becomes his mystic arts. And they basically go and, like, finish the arc that Regal was on the line of, but just never win any, like, didn't have a conclusion. Like, the fact that for Regal, his end goal was, like, after I've saved the world, then I'll take care of these handcuffs. Like, basically meant that we didn't really get to have a scene of him sort of coming to a realization, realizing that he's no longer bound by the pain that Alicia's death has brought him, and then, like, him breaking through the things. And they could obviously, he'd probably still fight with his fists or his feet for the sake of, like, keeping combat animations, but still having him be able to, like, do some, like, cool fist combo for, like, a mystic art would have been nice, So
he exists. I think we talked a bit about Genus.
Genus is, like, major, just, he only shows is, like, relevant very briefly, but the moments where he is relevant, at least it is, like, main story relevant. Like, his friendship with Misos, he's the one that got Persea involved, all the stuff, like, him and Rain being half elves does add more sort of, with the theming of it basically being like overcoming hate and accepting like diversity amongst your crowd and whatnot. Having the two of them be there as half elves was a good thing. So I'd say like Genus is like what they did with Genus is what I would have liked them to go and do with Racia and Regal. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Rain is, she's a pretty decent character. I mean, general like big sister type, but not in the way that anime tends to do it, where it's like overly sexualized. In the whole like, big sister's going to go and make you feel better, or something like that. She's actually like, go clean your room, kind of older sibling.
I think I would have like made, for example, meeting the mom be
mandatory.
Canon. Like, that's a thing you end up at.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Or something along the way where like you suddenly see the city in the air and you're just like, yo, what the heck is that? And just the simple fact that you found the city or something like that would be like, that sounds like, hey, let me go check that out. Let me just do this, or something like that. Like at one
acknowledge
point you
it in
leave
the main
whatever
story.
and hop on a Rayard, like above Celsius or something like that. You get up there, it's like, wait, what's this town floating in the air? So now it sort of just drags you there.
Yeah.
That now we have to actually come to terms with this, and it's its own, I don't know, 20-minute moment or something. Because like the 15 is you exploring it, and probably the 5 of like you talk with the mom, and then like an aftermath of like, so this is what's happened to you all this time, huh?
Yeah, like we got very brief bits of their like past being talked about, both with when we were in Heimdall, because you know they were from there originally, and then also when you had to go get back to Silverant through the like teleportation gate thingy. Like it was relevant there, but in a sort of like background sort of way. Not like the point of the scene wasn't to focus on like the pain that they went through being dumped into a different world. It was focused on, you know, Sheena has to deal with the guy who doesn't like the fact that a 7-year-old was scared by a lightning god.
And we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
But like, in my opinion, that's Rain's backstory that I more expected, since Genus was like a baby or something like that. So Genus would hear a little bit about like his own mom, and probably not have as much of an attachment because, well, as said earlier, he sees his own sister as like his mom in his own way. But Rain had to go through all of this stuff, like the hardships and whatnot, and eventually has to come up with the idea that she has to lie, like, yeah, I'm an elf, because holy crap, y'all hate half-elves. Okay.
Yeah. Honestly, like, I do actually really like Rain's character, even if, like, personally, like, she's not the kind of person I would want to hang out with, but I respect her, basically. She made the best of a really rough situation, and she cares. And honestly, being a teacher to Lloyd sounds like a nightmare.
I guess all that's left is let's hit Zelos.
Yeah, we'll get Zelos because I have a lot to say about Sheena. So Zelos. Oh, so I know that his backstory is basically just like him being sad that he's the chosen and wanting to escape all of these responsibilities that he has. There might be more details to it that I just missed in my playthrough, because like aside from him like betraying the group, his general shtick was just, hello, I'm here for all the perverts in the audience who wish to go and perv on the ladies, you know? Like, he does have a good, like, he's not a bad person in a, like, normal sense. It's just that he's a pervert that doesn't know what to do with himself, basically. Like, if they got rid of the, that, like, pervert side of him, I feel like he would work as sort of like an older brother type guy for Lloyd. You know, somebody he could go and, like, ask advice for or whatnot, because, you know, Regal's too old. Like, Lloyd didn't really have, like, a strong, like, male, like, guy closer to his age to be able to lean on. Because I mean, Kratos always came off as more of like a, not necessarily like a father, even though he was. It was more of like a mentor, like a teacher kind of guy.
And like looking at Zelos, like some of the side things that I feel like could have really worked out. Like I didn't even think about Lloyd, but for Genus and everything, he was actually decently smart in some areas, to the point where that side skip put him in charge of like Genus's math and everything along the way.
Yeah.
So from there, like you could have made a plan or something like that. Like, oh, what are we gonna do? And like he suddenly pops out of nowhere with this like sudden knowledge of like stuff that works with technology or whatever, or
He's
something
a smart
that
dude from a
really involves
completely
a
different
lot
world.
of magic. That like Gina sits there for a minute, like, wait a minute, what? It's like I wouldn't have even thought of that, and like Genus eventually starts learning out of like the ideas of magic because magic is actually taught over there, whereas Genus didn't have that opportunity, and could have actually been something of a big brother towards Lloyd if like like if they separated the perviness and his like random lackadaisical attitude of sorts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's more of a okay, so like now we have a serious situation. It's like, yo, we need to actually do this, and like Lloyd could possibly really disagree with something like that. It's like, yo, Lloyd, we don't have the luxury of time to be able to just be as wishy-washy as like what you're trying to go for. We can't expect everything to always work out this way.
Yeah, I feel like this is just a general trend with a lot of anime games and stories, which thankfully has been toned down a lot in recent years, of just having one character who's like a major pervert. And like the moments you've like, I feel like I do like him, and I actually do think it's really neat that they give you the option of like killing him if you don't trust him. Like that's a really neat thing that I think makes sense in the moment, but like it's just one of those like, oh, what could have been kind of characters, you know?
Yeah, it's online.
So,
but like all of this to really put, at least in my head, for like the ending of it kind of idea was like, hey, so all of this time that I've been telling you, you can't just always hope for like a plan C to suddenly just work where you have the best of both worlds, and the ending comes was like, wow,
hey, here's
maybe
plan
there
C.
is actually hope over here that like you can sometimes. But like it also teaches Lloyd his own way of like, you can't always expect that to work out. Doesn't mean it's wrong to try.
Yeah.
Which then like teach each other.
It's the difference between being jaded and having optimism, you know?
Yeah.
Like you need a balance between both.
Kratos, really, all you had to really do was say like maybe 2 more words and would have like done a lot more.
Yeah, it's not even a matter of like, oh yeah, if he spoke, the story would end way too early or something like that. It's literally a matter of like, there's so many moments where like we ask him direct questions and he's like, why should I tell you that?
It's like, my dude, really?
It's like, okay, put aside everything about him being, a member of Crucius, right? Or, him being your dad. Like, he knows us, he should trust us. Most of the information that he's hiding in those, like, early moments isn't some life-shattering, like, revelation. It would have just made us avoid some really, like, dumb pitfalls. But, like, I like his character in general. He gives off a very, like, stern sort of, like, figure. But, like, at the same time, he's, like, somebody that you want to chase after. It's like, he's, like, a rival character, but, like, not, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, when you see him fight, it's like, this is what you could be someday, Lloyd. If you get strong enough, maybe someday you'll be like me. Obviously, it doesn't work out that way. Lloyd doesn't learn, magic spells or anything like that. But I do find it especially neat that he and Kratos learn some very similar, like, swordsman skills at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
So, do you have anything else you want to say about Kratos?
Just if he had actually talked a little bit, 2 more seconds, that would actually save a lot, in my opinion.
Yeah. So, lastly, we have Sheena. I think Sheena is probably my favorite character from this game. Like, she is a tsundere, but like, it's like one of the most toned down tsunderes I've ever seen, you know? It's not like she's like, I don't like you, Lloyd Babaka, and beats the crap out of him. It's literally just one of those, like, she doesn't really feel that, like, feminine, so she tends to try and, like, underplay her feelings. But in terms of, like, motivation and action she taken throughout the story, I feel like you could very easily rewrite this game to have Sheena be the protagonist. Like, she's the one who's doing all the, like, pact making work, and she has a really engaging backstory. You know, I meme about, like, she was 7 years old, right, at the time, but, like, you know, as, like, that's a way heavier burden for somebody to have to go and bear than, you know, just, like, because I was dumb one time, like, some people in my village got killed, you know? Because, like...
No, my village was dumbass and decided to make a 7-year-old child who, I guess, had to be part of the pack ritual whatever thing, because I guess I was part of the family line, in charge of the most important ritual of our time.
Yeah, I think it was probably because she was, like, trained to be able to do summon arts or whatever. At the timeline for the whole thing is a little wonky in my mind because of the fact that she was so young.
Like,
but
I'm gonna go with the idea that, like, you're right on that, and just be like, but she was 7.
Yeah.
You expected the child, barely higher than your knee, to be like, I got this, guys.
Yeah.
I don't trust a child with much of anything, and you want me to tell, like, you were gonna have you summon a pact with a summon spirit? The sacred things, right? That, like, this, how much work goes into this?
Yeah, imagine a 7-year-old.
And then, like,
just like...
to also say that, like, you really meant for the 7-year-old to really be doing this, and it like boggles my mind because, as we've seen through all of our pact making, you fight it.
Yeah.
The 7-year-old could fight?
Yeah. I feel like I could, if it weren't for the, like, that detail, I feel like I could get behind Kuchinawa a bit more. Because he basically is like, I have this burning, like, hatred in me because so many of our loved ones have died because you failed to measure up, and now you think, oh, you could just go around and act like nothing happened. Like, that's an engaging story. But they kind of messed up the details, so it doesn't matter. I'm also
like, oh yeah, this sounds really interesting, and now she has to own up to she was 7, guy. What?
Yeah, it's like she's probably still at the stage of her life where she really loves ponies. Like, it's hard to go and have a major gripping, like, emotional moment when that is, like, your overhanging shroud. I feel like if they had given us, like, an actual, like, in-engine flashback to it happening, then maybe, you know, going in, if we got to see, like,
I think the
event happening on, maybe. I didn't know there was an anime, but
I'll pick it, right?
If there was, like, a moment of, like, us seeing them, like, panicking, trying to run around, and, like, they're like, Sheena, go and make the pact, and she just, like, gets scared and, like, falls to her knees or whatever, and, like, Kuchinawa's shouting at her to move or something like that, and because she fails to do so, people die. Like, that would be really meaningful if we saw it. We could empathize with Kuchinawa in that moment. It would make it much more, like, bearable. But yeah. So.
But she was 7.
Yeah, putting aside the 7-year-old, letting her cry in the corner for a little bit. While I don't like Zelos, I did actually like the two of them as sort of representations of Tetheala.
Yeah.
In that, like, they're both, like, very skilled but very highly educated. You can sort of see the way that a world affected by having abundance of mana, like, is, by the way that they act and carry themselves in the society that they're a part of. seeing the two of them interact together was nice. I could see somebody shipping them if it weren't for the whole like, oh boy, he's a pervert, she's a woms, time for pervert to go chase after woman, you know? So, they did have some good interactions at times, though it's really just...
Like, they're fun to see together, just
Yeah.
in situations, but
Especially
not...
because they have history with one another. Like, they talk about how much they've known each other for so long, and so that gives off like a really engaging sort of like, oh yeah, I want to sit back and hear them talk about when, you know, years back when they first met each other, or like some weird things that happened, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
But,
I find it...
so, to add a little bit, what are you gonna say?
I was gonna say, I find it very, like, telling that, like, you know, the box art for the game has Lloyd and Colette, but then, like, on there as well is Sheena and Zelos. Like, sort of priming those four as, like, your main people, you know?
Yeah. Looking at for like a little bit of the like side extra things that I don't think you really got to, like it's sort of in its own way really amazing to see that like how much she just is her own person, like how you're saying like, oh, isn't this Sundar or whatever. When she opens up, she's like really adorable to actually just listen to about like, this is how I felt about stuff, and like it's always been on me in some shape or form that I had to go and take it, but like I've grown to at least be able to go and handle this kind of stuff in some shape or form. Part of it because like she had to, but like she also did have that like just in her head the entire time. It's like constantly having some dude just constantly like blaming you for like the death of the family when it shouldn't have been her responsibility.
But she's not the type of person who would be like, no, you're wrong, it shouldn't be. Like, she will take that responsibility even if it shouldn't be hers.
And like at that point, she doesn't run from it. Heck, at one point, there's even a quest about like even fully, like you already did the whole Kuchinawa part and whatnot.
Yeah.
But like she does become like the new village chief, regardless of like that chief finally coming out of a coma. There is like a side quest for that.
Yeah, the chief coming out of it. Yeah, that's where I found out about her being seven at the time.
Yeah. That's like, oh, would you look at that? And like, at least out of all of like the female people that like has happened, because we only really technically have two options in my opinion. Because Rain's too old, even if she's not, and yeah, I've seen her age. Persea, let's just not have any, but I don't
None
care.
of that.
Anime's weird.
No, no, thank you.
And then we have Colette, which is just the little sisters, at least that's how I see it.
She's your basic like childhood friend kind of archetype.
That's just like, yeah, you know, I feel like Sheena's actually one of the people for this, because like in her own way, you can see the like sort of immaturity that goes with it, that she's like trying to also handle a lot.
Like she's probably never been in a very like meaningful like romantic relationship before, and so she doesn't know how to like act or react at all.
Yeah. And then, like, we got Lloyd over there that's actually growing into his own because of, like, life actually handing him a couple of L's. It's like, so what you gonna do now? You gonna go cry, or you gonna, like, try to man up and figure something out?
Yeah.
So, you can beat Kratos, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Like, in the very first, like, fight that he's like, I am an angel of cruelty, you can beat him.
Yeah, I certainly
Which I do really like the idea that, like, it is possible, especially if you do with the whole grade stuff where you boost a crap ton of levels for yourself.
Yeah.
And I don't think Yggdrasil is. I think that one's just straight, no, you lost this fight. Because I think, if I remember right, I was like level 7 fighting him for the first time.
I know
in terms of
I know I won one of the fights in that moment. Did I beat Kratos?
Not that one.
Okay. I'd have to go back and look at the VOD. Although
like,
I did link that bit to
like, you were just like, oh, no, he did too much damage, and we were just like, okay, I guess this is not happening. And then Yggdrasil came, and it was like, so more that's not happening. It's like, yeah, it's about right, though. like, I
Yeah.
can't even be mad. That's not it. Like, I gotta fight this completely uphill battle. I don't know
Honestly.
about that.
It's like, are we sure about this one, Chief? But
It's
yeah.
like, boss, I think it's a trap. But, and like, it's surprising when you actually do start putting in like people's ages to like really matter towards something, because like I think Reigns is like maybe in her early 20s of some shape or form.
Yeah.
I think she's like 25.
Which, considering how young Genus is, she basically was like a young teen having to become like raise her little brother. Like, I feel like
she's 23.
She's 23, yeah. So Genus is like 12. So, honestly, I feel like the anime art style definitely hides people's ages a lot. And then the fact that some of them don't age, but
Oh, Sheena's 19. Okay. Because like I remember Lloyd was like 16.
Okay, so then she would have been. Wait, no, because the grandpa said that she was like, she was like 7 at the time, and then she said it was like almost a decade.
Yeah, no, she's 19, so that would still fit within the decade of everything.
Yeah. So.
Lloyd is 17. Go figure.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Either she's 7 or she's 9. I'm pretty sure both are still bad.
Well, it said about a decade ago. That's like
Yeah.
a giant amount of a give or take that I can just sort of
Yeah.
leave be kind of idea.
But yeah, you were saying?
But and like looking at like at least those two kind of people, of like they really want to go and like do something about the world so much that they're gonna take action in their own way.
Yeah.
Whereas you look at let's go for example, let's just say everybody in terms of love interest, or if you go with the friendship route, because if I remember right, you can't have Zelos as like the person Mythos like takes because you're just like super bud mode.
Yeah.
Zelos is too much of like a playboy or jokester half the time to really take seriously. Regal is just brooding, I am sin and I am repenting for it. Persea is still trying to find out what an emotion is half the time.
Persea's like, what am I supposed to do with my life now? Everyone's gonna treat me like a kid, but I'm 29 years old.
Yeah. Genus, I feel like he's already had his own arc and everything like that, that now he wants to go and help with like the end racism in his own way.
His whole arc was revolving around his friendship with Mythos and basically giving us more of a human side to Yggdrasil before he became our final boss. That's basically it.
Rain, let's just say, I'm pretty sure that's going to be more of a teacher-student relationship. Don't quote me. I've never seen what that could be when you max friendship with her.
Well, I mean, if you're into that sort of thing, you're into that sort of thing. I never date any of the teachers in the Persona games, but like, I know some people who are like, yeah, to all that. I don't feel like the two of them could have a kind of emotional, like romantic sort of relationship with one another. Just going up, like.
But let's just say that somehow it did, then like there's way too much of a gap between you two, and like it's still past history that's still your student.
Yeah. And it's not like, oh well, she was my teacher at one point, but not anymore. Like, nah, she still goes full on teacher mode with him all the time.
Yeah. And it's like, yeah, that ain't the person that like it really does feel like Sheena ends up being the perfect one for said situation. But gotta have like Colette, I guess, because childhood friend syndrome. I don't know.
It's literally first girl. It's like it's the first girl problem, where a lot of Japanese media have whoever the first girl the main character meets in a like a in a harem or like who they're gonna choose kind of situation, be the one who quote unquote wins in the end. You know.
And I hate that for Nisekoi because like I feel like they do not match in any shape or form. That they just always are fighting.
Generally, most people end up liking the second girl more because first girl tends to fall under a lot of very similar archetypes, whereas the second person is usually like doesn't have a lot of the BS. It also doesn't help that first girl is usually a tsundere, but like an intensive tsundere.
Like, just looking at Nisekoi, like looking at all the characters that exist in that, we have the angry mafia daughter that like really comes off as the most unlikable person I think the series really ever shows. We have I'm gonna call her childhood friend Onodera, that like one brown-haired chick that's like
Yeah,
always around.
I know who that
She
is.
ends up being nice and sweet, and actually nothing about like the tsundere in my opinion. It's like, would you look at that?
Someone who cares about you. She's like,
And, like someone that ends up just being a person and gets embarrassed, but not as this tsundere trying to like, oh, I don't like you or anything. No, not that. Just is human.
Turns out romantic situations can be, you know, unnerving or awkward or make you feel weird if you're not used to it, which is everyone.
Crazy idea. Somehow the little sister gets involved, and I'm gonna ignore that.
Let's
because
just push
whatever
that to the
her.
side. Who cares? Stop it, anime.
Like, just no, stop it. We don't need this in my life. And you actually start getting into like some of the like other characters is where I feel like it starts really opening up for that. We have angry mafia daughter's like bodyguard as a girl that pretends to be a guy that's never actually discovered her own femininity. We have apparently the super way back then sickly childhood friend, which you somehow always fit into that role. Wonder why. But like when you find out more about her besides just the oh well, you know, I'm madly in love, like those kind of characters, like when you actually find out about them, they fit a lot more than some of these other people that you just slapped in front of me and said, well, that's just gonna be best girl.
Yeah. So.
And this is what Tales of Symphonia feels like it did for the Colette idea. It's like, oh yeah, but look at her, she's adorable. It's like, yeah, she can be adorable as everything, but everyone else, some shape or form, had their arc or grew.
Let me put it this
Saiyan
way.
Regal
Let me put it this
ignoring.
way. All right. Over half of the situations where Colette solves a problem is because she trips and has some wacky weirdness happen.
Like, oh, did I do that? Thanks, Dee Dee.
Yeah.
No, that's not.
Yeah. You know, as we go into the future, because like I've said before, I plan on basically streaming through most, if not the entirety of the Tales franchise on this channel.
Yeah.
I do think it would be interesting in moments where I can like steal you in the future, to get your thoughts on like this kind of thing, because most of the Tales games do have like multiple sort of like romance options for the different characters, and Xillia does have some interesting sort of like options back and forth.
Okay.
So there's a lot to look forward to, but we've been chatting for almost 40 minutes listening to this banger of a antidepressant song. So I think we should probably wrap it up here. We're just past the 4-hour mark by about 3 minutes now.
Warlord this or whatever was, I think, the one that was like, oh yeah, I'll fight you about Colette's best girl. No, I'll fight you on like Sheena is the best one for that.
Well, I
she
mean,
at least comes to her own and actually does something properly.
Unfortunately, Warlordess probably went to sleep a few hours ago.
Well, they can always look at the stream later,
yeah,
so that's there for that.
If you see this VOD, Warlordess, you could just contact me on Twitter. At Echo Stray. My name is Redder who writes on there. Or just hop into another
description, just a little bit below. Well, it's apparently not. You failed.
No, I haven't set up the bot. It is linked on my Twitch. So.
Oh no, it's right there. Just click on that.
Yeah. So if you want to have an intensive debate over Twitter, which is obviously what Twitter is made for,
but
we can,
in terms of like actually
about...
Tales of Symphonia in itself, and I'm sad that the second one never lived up to the hype, in my opinion. This is at least my, out of like very limited experience of Tales, like best game, and really enjoyed that like all of this and everything came together to just be a really likable story in its own way.
Yeah.
I don't have too much Tales experience, being that it's Tales of the Abyss, which is whiny main character syndrome for like 80% of the dang game. Like,
that's what I hear.
Oh.
Well,
and then we have Vesperia,
which
I think it was.
Which I actually we started to do a playthrough of that on PS4, which I actually went and it was on sale for Christmas sale for like $7, so I got the Steam version of that. So
I enjoy that story too, with everything that more or less happens going in there, and it sounds like you didn't play it, so I'll leave it be. But
well,
like,
I only played a little bit with that. well, I'll steal
The
you for that
story
someday.
itself and where it goes for it, it's like, oh, that's actually pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I could deal without a few characters.
Yeah.
Like the princess.
Yeah. Well,
she's just Colette, but pink hair.
Honestly, that's the vibe I got when I first met Colette, but that's beside the point. We will, I want to have these kind of discussions at the end of each Tales game, just because, some of them I will be experiencing, like, for the first time, and some of them I have, like, some history with. So, and this is a franchise that you and I both have some stuff to talk about with, so, but yeah, until next time, I believe, tomorrow's going to be some more Trails in the Sky SC, running around Ruin doing some ghost hunting, which is fun. And then on Wednesday, we will start up Tales of Xillia. So I am looking forward to going and playing that, since I know a couple people haven't really like gotten into that one all that much. So it'll be nice to go and see people's reactions as I'm going through this again. So. But thanks for coming by, everyone. Thank you for being here as well tonight, Kasai. It was nice having you.
Steal me to get me here?
Yeah, I had to kidnap you. The ransom has been paid. You were allowed to go home. So, but anyways, thank you, everyone, and I had a wonderful evening, and I hope you all have a great night. Bye-bye.